Are you the only expert in the, dealing with gangs in DSO?
I believe I'm the only one that's testified as an expert at the Broward Sheriff's Office currently.
How about in the state of Florida? You know?
I'm sure there's other experts in the state of Florida.
And for the last hour, you've been right outside this courtroom where the doors are, correct?
Yes.
Unmasked,
Yes.
as people in this group, including myself, were walking in and out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't concerned about your safety then?
No one knows who I was out there. And I was under the impression I wasn't going to be allowed to wear the mask. So I took that on the chin.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. So, Detective, I'm sorry, which is it?
Detective Deputy.
Regarding, you're telling me that you have fear for your safety.
For my safety, but more for the safety of my family.
And that's if you're faced with broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And you're indicating now that there's intelligence from BSO that there's some type of bounty or price on your life.
I intercepted it on a court-authorized wiretap through the state of through Broward County. It was a wire authorized by Judge Siegel. A gang investigation. During that investigation, there was conversations about placing a bounty on my head, upwards of $50,000. And since then, we've, as I stated before, recovered several cell phones and that investigation, other narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, an investigation in South Carolina that is tied to Broward, where photographs of deputies were sent with my name attached to it. People trying to figure out who I am, what I look like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You step down just way outside.
Yes, sir.
We're reset.
Thank you. Do you know what this case is filed?
That I understand there's a confrontation clause issue, but in terms of him having a legitimate threat against his life and the safety of his family, just keep the mask on and don't have his face be broadcast. Do you think that there were unfair arguments being made by defense counsel? Matt, I think you might be muted here. Just want to make sure that we got you. You might be muted. So let me see if we're going to get you back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so again, throw it over to you about what you think of the comments regarding the mask.
Yes, so I think what's interesting about this is a state witness. This is a police officer. This is someone who is not necessarily a fact witness. Someone that you have to judge their believability, their credibility, as you would, an eyewitness or someone who has other specific evidence. So I don't know that the argument that you need to be able to see his face, to judge his credibility and believability is so important as it would be with an eyewitness or some other witness, lay witness for the prosecution. So I agree, that this is not so important as it would be if you were talking about a different type of witness in this case.
Yeah, do you think it's going to affect the jury at all in seeing him like that? I mean, I wonder this sometimes if when we have witnesses who don't appear in court, but they appear via Zoom or they appear in a video deposition because their appearance couldn't be made live in court, it makes me wonder if the jury somehow views that testimony a bit differently.
Well, my own opinion is, sometimes, we're so used to watching television, we're so used to watching, streaming video. It almost gives somebody, a witness, a sort of, idea that they're more important because they're on video, because this is something we're used to watching. We put more emphasis on somebody we see on a video maybe than we see in person. The other argument that I would have made if I was the defense in this case is that this mask, in a way, in a sense, could almost inflame the jury a bit. Hey, this this is so serious. This is so dangerous that this guy has to be disguised to testify in this case. To me, it almost makes the defendant look like he's more dangerous because of the potential that this person's identity be revealed in this trial.
Well, I think if I heard it correctly, he wears that mask in any trial he testifies in it. So it might not be something with this case or this defendant specifically, but more the idea of his safety overall. There was a question of, he wasn't wearing it in the hallway. So, but again, he said he didn't know that he would be allowed to wear the mask. We're going to take another break. Hopefully we can jump back live into court and see what happens next in the Ynw Melly murder trial. for the 2018 shooting deaths of his two friends and fellow rappers, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. So as we wait to see what is going to happen with that witness, and it all regards him wearing a mask, and because he's concerned for his safety and the safety of his family, and whether or not he'll be permitted to wear it during the course of his testimony, I do want to go back to something yesterday, and that is when DNA expert Kurt Rhodes was on the stand. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm welcome.
Very well. Thank you for asking. Can you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them your work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I've completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Criminalistics and Molecular Biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and then you transitioned to 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be a DNA trainee?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree from in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and microbiology, biochemistry, and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA cases.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, perfect.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
As it's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, use it term loosely, range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even the victim would be included or excluded from the evidence investigated.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
In the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did at the time, extraction methods, quantifications. There was written tests as well as a mock course. And there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe quantitation method. So the laboratory would then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was done.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the future.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing then?
As a data analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In my laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the providers to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house? In terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing criteria?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test department. Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations? And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last ruling from the court and how to do this witness?
Good. That's ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a couple things. Number one is, there's 3 different events, I guess, took place this morning. We started off with the complaint about the TV crew and monitoring in trial conversation between attorney and client. Mr. Jason came up initially and indicated that the microphone was sensitive and picks up everything, and that's why I told him to remove it. Then afterwards, they came back with his producer, in this case, who indicated that there was a meter on the microphone that will adjust its sensitivity, and they will adjust its sensitivity so it's not to pick up any discussion between counsel and client. They also indicated that they would not show the screen or take during the session at the camera pointing at defense counsel and or the defendant. It would only be as the jury is entering and leaving the courtroom. And I thought that was a acceptable compromise with the understanding that they cannot capture any of the conversations, confidential, privileged communication between the attorney and client. They would make sure that didn't happen. And they're also going to adjust the location of the microphone the way it's pointing. The second issue that came up was the mask, and the detective Hello indicates he's a police officer detective, operates undercover. There's a bounty on his life, was picked up in wiretap communication, was feared for his safety of him and his family, and with the understanding this is fear for safety. I understand the defense objection to testify. This is something that I'm thinking, again, just trying to balance it. What we're doing. And, my joy is that based on the testimony of the detective, that this is would be an acceptable way to proceed. I understand both the defense objection. The last thing has to do with the juror who's ill is Ms. Claudia, counsel Zion Molina. And again, as I indicated, she was admitted to the hospital. Defense counsel asked that we just wait for her and just adjourn, not in a second today, but I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency room. And it was something that was, the way I understood, dehydrated, something minor, food poisoning or something like that. But now she's admitted to the hospital. There's So it's a different situation. We have witnesses here, juries already asked us questions about how long the trial's taking and when we anticipate it's going to be resolved. So my thought is we're going on. There's Claudia copies on Dana is going to be replaced by the alternate, the first alternate. All right. So you got the witness here?
Yes, I just need to give Brian back the defense against husband in order to make sure they reviewed the evidence before the witness begins testifying. I also sent copies of all of the text messages in which you're relying upon as well. And so if there are any specific instances or any other changes in terms of the testimony from the defense, if they wanted to say they provided the AK v. state case with regards to the fact that the state, as a requirement through this proceeding, has to prove that there are other individuals who are associated with a criminal street gang that are committing other such crimes. So the defense had mentioned stipulating at certain points. So before I call the witness, I want to make sure we have a final discussion before the state proceeds forward as planned.
Now, Judge, with respect to the series, I think it takes the form of 3 separate sets of exchanges. I actually think it's 4 who are subsumed within one. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. For cases that for social media and text exchanges be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, authenticating those communications would be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there's case law and approach on the copies that defense state v. Torres 304-7 third 781. This was a case in which the Honorable Maria Garcia-Wood, Broward County bench excluded text messages and was found to be an error.
And what's the exception to hearsay?
It is a statement by a party opponent. They are statements of the defendant, the other statements from the other parties involved give context to those responses from the defendant.
Concerning it being a statement of a party opponent, that's where it requires some authentication to establish that it is a statement of a party opponent. And I think the phone handle for each one of these texts is SAKCHASER, Howard. SAKCHASER being the nickname, as we have indicated before, of one of the decedents. The phone is not registered in the name of our client, Mr. Evans. So the phone is not.
Like this attorney trying to play with our insurance.
The download, the extraction that was done.
Yes, sir.
So you're maintaining, again, that it's not his phone. So, and that's why previously, you said it was hearsay objection. I overruled that because it goes to who's using and controlling the phone, circumstantial evidence of that. That's why I let it in previously. You're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone, and you're going to show some of these texts or emails. We'll see where it goes. You make your objection. We'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with respect to the admissibility of it. Also, I think the state is just made a comment of trying to shift to the defense the burden of establishing the relevance of that which it proposes to introduce in evidence. Instead, we have here about 200 plus pages of documents. The defense can go through and tell me what they don't want me to include. That's not how it works. They have to establish the relevance of each one of those communications in order to introduce them. So again, we take exception and object to this reversal of roles. The proponent of testimony has to establish its relevance to introduce it. The state is saying, let the defense tell us what they don't like and we'll consider taking it out. That's not how it should work. That is an ominous and unreasonable burden on the court and on the defense to go through and ferret out that which is not relevant. They have to establish its relevance. So we would respectfully request that. I think the state indicated earlier that each one of these communications has to be gone through, and that's why this witness is going to take as long as they said it's going to take. So when they do it piecemeal, we'll be in a position to make our objections as the evidence is being produced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Free period.
My goodness, they've been arguing for the longest.
I think they're trying to keep them text messages out. I think in the text messages, I could be wrong, but I think in the text message that SAKCHASER sent Melly and threatening him, and I think they're trying to establish that Melly had a motive for doing that to SAKCHASER. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
That
Okay.
detective that got a $50,000 bounty on his head.
Oh, okay.
That's the detective. That's why they were trying to do a motion. They were trying to suppress him from having a mask on while he testified. I guess he worked in a case where he got a bounty on his head, and they were saying like the defense is trying not to have him have a mask on because it looked like Melly. He's a gang expert. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he's about to testify to like some text messages. Like, I guess, like, wording, what I would assume, like, you know what I'm saying? So they're talking about something with Sack and Melly. It's a text message. They got to do with some gang stuff, I would assume. But
okay. That sound more right than what I had. Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think. But that detective, Melly, I don't think Melly put 50,000 on his head, but he has he's a gang expert with 50,000 on his head. So
Okay.
I
was wondering where that came from. Okay.
While he testifies, so I think they about to allow him to testify with the mask on.
Yeah, I knew they were fighting about that for a second.
Hey, hold on. I got a question too. So he actual police?
Yeah.
Yeah, he a gang. Well, he a gang. Well, yeah, he's a gang expert. He worked for like a task force, like drug and gang task force.
Boy, there's some bold motherfuckers to put 50,000 on the police head.
Hey, yeah, I know. And they said they intercepted some text messages from like some South Carolina to Broward County drug ring or some shit. But hey, real quick before they start, bro, hey, that boy Track got some explaining to do, bro.
What happened?
Yesterday they showed where Track and Melly's phones were at this crime scene at 12 o'clock the next day. So that's guaranteed that happened, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Track got his hands in this, bro. He should have been charged with accessory after the fact.
So they showed today what Melly and Track phones was at the crime?
Yesterday the phone expert.
Yeah.
Hey, it's this girl on man, I'm gonna show you her name. She live streaming it right now too. And she like a attorney type lady, and she got like the I'm gonna put her name in the chat when I get off, and she showed like the maps where Melly phone and Track phone was at the same place at 12 o'clock the next day. They went back to the crime scene, so everything that kid Jacoby, whatever his name is, said was true, bro.
I told y'all. Yeah.
All this shit, and you said people been said this, but yesterday when he was tested with that phone, the dude that testified last yesterday, he's the one who, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I would doze off in between. So I
know, bro. This shit do get like, boring if you don't know like the terminology and stuff. You'll get thrown off, and with all especially with like the DNA and all the numbers, like how to this billion, 5% of this, and to this, like I can see how, you know what I'm saying. Somebody, hopefully the jury just. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why they did all that yesterday about the DNA with Melly's hands on the door, like his DNA, like you seen him get in the car, so of course his hands gonna be on the DNA. Hopefully the jury don't get confused though, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they did corroborate what Jacoby Mills said as far as them
Yeah,
going to
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send you the. Hold on, it's not exit me out of this chat if I try to go to. But her name is like something Church Hill.
Okay.
Hold on, let me go to her page real quick if I can go to it. But yeah, it's not gonna let. It's gonna exit me out of this
Yeah, don't
chat.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna exit out. I'm gonna come back in. I'm gonna send you her at her. She's live streaming it too. I don't want nobody to go over to her live stream. Y'all stay over here.
All
But
right.
she
Okay.
like, you know what I'm saying? She breaking it. But I'll be following the Twitter though. You know what I'm saying? Like they break down basically everything. These are like attorneys. They break it down into like shit that we'll understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. What's up, little A? What you got? What you got going on?
Not much. I'm at work right now.
Oh, so they said yesterday that they authenticated. They tracked the cell phones to the scene yesterday. You heard that too?
I missed that part. Where was I?
Me too. I missed that too.
I guess I might have been asleep.
Yeah, it's a whole map. They got the whole map with like the location and stuff.
Yeah, I saw most of it, but I missed that part where they were talking about
about track his cell phone, like when she was talking about, well, they can't say when the lawyer was trying to say like how the phone was being used and stuff after he got locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Well,
said that yesterday.
I missed the part where Sack and Millie's phones were tracking at the same place at the same time the next day.
Yeah,
I missed that part.
They were trying to fight that.
It said his phone was at the crime scene at 4:30 a.m. and 12 the next day. So
yeah, I missed the 12 one.
The man was like surprised that wasn't evidence. I mean, that was coming out. It was like he was surprised. The whole family was surprised. They got their seats and talked to their lawyer. Objection, Your Honor. So they put in.
I guess if this wasn't a death penalty trial, it wouldn't be so many sidebars, I would assume, because these sidebars is crazy. Like, every objection is a sidebar. And I guess that's why they objecting so much.
They say something going down in the courtroom.
Oh, for real? Hold on. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back to the chat.
All right.
He trying to fight the media now. The lawyer trying to get lawyer what's the name out there because the detective want to be undercover. So he's trying to compare that to the media.
Hey, but we got the sunshine state law in Florida, bitch. You can't keep us out.
No, the judge said free is the right of the media to be here.
Right.
It's the public. It's for the public.
Right. We got the sunshine law. You got it. It's open to the public, baby.
Sure.
But I'm saying, look, hey, I missed that about the damn them tracking the phones to the scene where Jacoby Mills said
they tracked it from the studio all the way to the crime scene. Yeah, that was a good one. He missed out. He was knocked out.
Yeah. Okay then. We got a little bit of traction.
Yeah. You see, I got my camera on today because my hair is done.
Okay, I see you look nice.
Thank you.
Look, hey, I was on. Did you see King AK-47 video he did last night on Portland?
The one we watched?
He dropped down. Look, hey, you still there? He probably put his seat.
He there.
Did you see King AK-47 video last night that he did on Portland?
Hey, I think it's that jury member back in the hospital, bro. That's what I think going on.
He muted up.
Yeah, they just said that they're gonna have to replace her with an alternate juror.
Right, and listen, and that's another thing. I ain't never seen so many. I ain't never seen so many jurors go to the hospital back to back to back. What's going
I
on?
think it's the same one though, right?
Oh, it's the same one.
I think so.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
think
see
it's the
this
same
video.
one.
I didn't see that at all.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
King A4 AK-47 made a good point last night. He said that Portland had gunpowder residue on him. He took the bodies to the hospital. He lied about the what the scene of the crime was. Lied about the drive-by. He said that Portland got to tell, or Portland don't tell. His ass going down when he go to trial
Well,
because
that's
Hmm.
what I was saying about the mistrial. It would have been awesome if he would have got it, because then Bortman would have pointed everything at Melly. And they
yeah.
could have used that evidence in Melly trial to get him.
I'm gonna say this too. I went and looked at Portland videos after I got off live last night. Yeah, he's deep into being brainwashed. He got songs with Hot Boy. He got song with Boss Top. So I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
I saw that.
I'm thinking that yeah, he wants to really be. You got to think he ain't never had shit. He ain't never had nothing.
Exactly.
And then he coming into that world. He's in that world. I think he might do go down. I
Just
think
like
he.
that crackhead that didn't want to sing.
Mhm. What's going on?
Holmes.
By an
Felicia
alternate.
Holmes.
But kind of, it's interesting, so Matt, to see the back and forth between
Yeah,
the
exactly like Felicia
Compliment.
Holmes.
evidence. I mean, the jury's not seeing this. This is all outside the presence of the jury. And what did you make of the back and forth? Because it's been all over the place. There's
Hey, you
been
think Melly
there
paid
was a
Portland
discovery
before
violation by
all
the
this happened,
prosecution.
bro?
There was a motion for a mistrial
Uh,
by the defense. What do you think of what we just heard?
I
Like
I
I
don't
would
know.
think like there had to be a conversation, bro,
I
about the
proposed
money.
that.
Like,
I proposed that. I said that a while back, maybe a couple episodes ago. It was just a thought in my mind, and I think maybe so
cause what I've
because
been
you ain't.
doing, bro, I've been researching. Like, go ahead.
I said the same.
I've been
Yeah.
just looking at like Melly, bro. Like it looked like the money came in after like from like December to February when he got locked up. Like it looked like that's when he started getting all the jewelry. And it just looked like that's when he got even I heard Spoon say when he got the permanent gold, the white golds or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it seemed like the
Hmm.
money was coming in, bro. Like after that, like he knew the money was coming. I don't know. I just looked at the videos from like around fall of 2019, or excuse me, 2018 until when he got locked up in February. Like
I
when he
looked at
went
it.
to Chicago and all that, like
I did
his appearance like changed.
when me and Spoon did an interview about a year or two ago. It's an actual interview that me and him did, and a clip of it, and he spoke on that, and yeah, he believed that as well. Mhm. Hell yeah, I believe
Yeah,
that for
money had
sure.
to come in.
Yeah.
So he had to. I
But
think they had to have a conversation about some money, bro. Like,
yeah, because
any
you can't.
nigga, like any nigga, you want, bro. It's gonna be some money involved, bro. Like, if I ain't do this, and I'm finna take these boys to the hospital, bro. Where the money at? You getting like it's something. Some money had to been discussed or paid up prior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Cause
for sure, for
like,
sure.
do Portland got a record deal? Like, dude, look like he living decent. Like, he ain't got no.
Yeah,
Cause he signed with.
I,
yeah, he signed, but think about this: it'll be easy for them to hide that under the guise of him being signed. All Melly got to do is say, "Hey, Track, hey, sign Portland,
Take care of
pay,
dude. Yep.
take care, of him, you know what I'm talking about, you know what I mean, or pay him out of my money." You know what I'm
See,
yeah.
saying?
cause I think this like Melly was like Track's like biggest at that time, like biggest artist. This is before Von. Like I'm
Yeah,
thinking Melly and Track got like a partnership. You know what I'm saying? Type,
I think
and
they do.
that's how they try to get old boy out the way. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
Track. I mean, the nigga a smart dude. I give it to him, but he got his hand tied in this shit. Like
mhm.
I feel
Most
like you know what I'm
definitely.
saying. It was some like they got Buddy out the way, like, and Melly is like got some shit in some stock in
Yeah,
100K
if,
management.
if
Yeah.
Melly found out guilty, man, they
Is
ain't gonna stop
Melly
looking
paying?
for him.
Is Melly paying for Stank Feet lawyer? I think he is. I think Track is paying for his lawyer, actually,
You know
if
how
I'm
that.
not mistaken.
Okay, so you know how that goes. Yes, it's definitely one hand wash the other type deal. Yeah, he definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's hot. They hiding it under the guys that he signed, but yes, it's hush money.
Yeah.
but like
But
both of
yeah.
them could take the same stance. See, was I want to know like what like 'cause, like when I went to trial, bro, like I had 4 co-defendants and like 2 of us went to trial together. So like I'm trying to figure out like who made that decision. What I guess the prosecutor tried them separately because sometimes in these cases they'll be tried together, so they could point the hand at each other, bro, and like it not be like say if Melly get off pointing at Bortland. Bortland could do the same thing, dog.
Yeah,
And
but
get
Yeah,
off, and then they could go on about their happy life, bro.
yeah, but hold on.
but I
That's why
think
that's why I like
I
King
don't know about
AK-47
more.
video because Portland got more. They got a lot of more evidence on Portland. They got the gunpowder residue on Portland. They got Portland riding around in the car with the bodies for a while before he took them to
And he gave a statement to the police.
right. So they got
Yeah.
a lot more to work with when it comes to convicting him.
Hey, was it Church Channel I heard last year? But didn't Melly get locked up like before he had got locked up for this? And like they had came and tried to question him about this case.
I don't.
Like he got locked up around like December or January somewhere.
No,
that
And
was something separate. I
yeah,
think
not
he had a
the same.
parole or probation
yeah,
violation that he got locked up
but
for.
they came and tried to question him about that. Like the
I
detective Moretti and them came and tried to question him about this case when he
okay,
had got locked
I
up.
hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I heard that. This was a while. This is like when this first went down,
Yeah,
and I
so that
heard
had
that.
to be like in December of 18 or
Yeah,
January of 19. I hadn't heard of that one though.
Yeah, I
and
heard
then
that.
they didn't they arrest like Jay Green thinking he was Melly or something.
Yeah, Jay Green said that.
Yeah,
Yeah, they arrested him at that at that show they have in New York, that big place where they
Yeah,
launch a lot of artists. I forgot the name of it. It's like a famous
SOBs.
SOB.
Hmm.
yeah, man. See, this case got a lot of stuff like that. I just thought
They
this
arrested him.
prosecutor
I
was.
say they probably detained him. Once they figured out it wasn't him, they let him go out. I
Yeah.
think that's what.
The undercover really,
All right, I'm gonna
All
come
right,
back.
so yeah, I think dude is on the stand now, the detective.
Okay.
So I guess they're going on without her, the lady that's in the hospital.
yeah, they doing all
They
together.
replaced her with an alternate juror.
narcotics unit, organized crime unit, gang investigation unit, money laundering unit,
Yeah, I can't do it.
against children, joint terrorism task force, bomb squad.
So with regards to the SAD, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the gangs and organized crime unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the organized crime unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Oh Lord. Another sidebar.
Yeah, they killing me with these sidebars, man. Like, damn, the defense. I mean, they are definitely doing their job, shit. But damn, can y'all let? I mean, everything don't have to be an argument. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the whole letting him testify with the mask on and shit. Let that man go on and do that. He just did it in another trial. It ain't making that big of a deal. Go on.
Right.
Everything doesn't have to be an argument.
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, say, the end of 2020.
And were you ever part of the multi-agency gang task force or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a county-wide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district, Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigation unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, Howard Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the multi-agency gang task force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the money laundering task force.
And as part of the money laundering task force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I work in the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging, investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office, like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs. And once we've identified the criminal gang, main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Phil, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs. They're found in multiple states. So every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So most people see on TV, Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, or lineups, multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So maybe fully you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. You have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they work together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs. For the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10 blocks of neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing. And those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out, first of all, what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, or firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most stronger presence, because there's always someone who's not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. You start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern, is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. And these are trainings I've done all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association. And I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality, so that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand to stop doing what they're doing, because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone. So
you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So for most people in the general public would realize it, but Broward County, many cities, counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Sir 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Marteños, other Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes, and they operate way under the radar. They try to they're strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many Blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Okay.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, the interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members, but these gangs generate, create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that. It's written documents that we pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have a way to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They're very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learned a lot from those. The other side is interviewing, speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're working off charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, speak politely, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card? Field
interview is it's done commonly in the field. For someone on the street, committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, you make contact with them, or if it's consensual, you just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
The first thing I do if I'm talking to someone is as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information. There's times people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name. That's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, then and I see the person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, I decide to make contact with them, and decide to talk to them, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with camouflage colors, or he's wearing belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned some times people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments, and indictments on the Fed side, on the federal side, and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated. And we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county, different parts of the state. Because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or every county or every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are that.
So with regard to, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretap. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how we use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using the phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. You see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this game. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in, driving, they'll know your car doesn't belong, and you'll get approached. Many times this happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications. Where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer, just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too. You're listening to it. You're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and you start talking about, basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call. You follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time. The rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that.
So Detective Polo, for wiretaps, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang, every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And gangs in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that have in our possession. Start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so then a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a game to search warrants and see?
Yes.
Can you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes, every couple of years, they'll revamp their books of knowledge. They'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history within the books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization of the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang, or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search warrants on that.
Mm-hmm.
What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, it's say it's on your cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it, basically, and we go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can do the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it will contain photographs of these books of knowledge. So sending it to each other. So this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge. Or it's just communication back and forth. Just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. If you don't know your knowledge on these national gangs, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, take it a little easier on you. But as time progresses, the more time you spend in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Bloods set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're 5-9 Brims. May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of language, you'll hear a lot of slang. And that's another way that we pick up on how these games operate.
So Detective Cole, you're telling us, Juror, that people go and put criminal gang activity online.
Oh, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, to instill fear in neighborhoods. But sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear. Don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers who are, as their primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
So to going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching the courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach new recruits, the new deputies that are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming. Because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in a school will then expand and join larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when you start having problems, because juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violence.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, leaders and founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison, do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another, or whether it was just unified based on race or based on location, geographical things, and that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these games that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos. If they find out someone is claiming to be a blood or a crip and they're not, they'll confront them on social media to get views. And some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for false flagging, so we call it false flagging, just pretending to be, claiming to be part of the game.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed would be undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them pretty much in almost any games. So some games are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are, obviously. Very organized games do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Brown Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. Actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's what we can't say those names, but.
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as like the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs, and then infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members. They're undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything it's organizational. So you meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not at an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway, but we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake and everyone's trying to freeze this. So looking at that person, like, who is he? Because that's the first thing you should have known. How did he mess that one up? And we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we get from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Here, I just have a tender for defense to watch our area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you, Council. Before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case of former meeting last case. Research Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Another sidebar.
Witness, Detective, the court sanction is having a little difficulty because you're facing the jury a lot, so if you could just speak up, all right? Can I see council sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
things, but we'll see how it ties more into the trial in this case. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yo, that boy knocked out again.
agrees. The jury's in the jury room regarding the two messages I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want me to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do.
We have a list of proposals in order.
You talk to the state about anything?
No, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was wronged by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, is we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she's passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a woman. But so the record's clear, it says, I need a woman. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel.
Sure.
And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And, she just needs a moment. Maybe we just, send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow the law, and whatever happened. I don't know if she's already in the jury. She's already been accepted. Answer all your questions. I think we crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that, but it can't be gangs because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Okay. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, considering like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider it as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Alicine's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have the, an expert who, or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness and testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being a live stream. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. Take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and once she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. Proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the juror to come back at let's say 1:15. All right, or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right. Give her a chance to relax, and jurors back at 1:30. Okay. So quiet. I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification with that. All right. So Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30. All right.
Okay. And there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. That's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion, and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proffer basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what your proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
And here I have this, if you want to look at them over lunch, I'd be happy to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to council?
Yes, sir. These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce, and the color copies, they're the easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So there's also.
And so council's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. The defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, JAMELL Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control of who's using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Correct, John. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are talked about, that they're acknowledging that that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was a photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Rito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified, and they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person. And the most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name SAKCHASER Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is, if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A laid the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it. But it's not exclusive. But each single conversation, as it's coming in, should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone is passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name, and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and just so.
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King.
Yes, the
And,
defendant's.
the information that's from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was signed or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
That there's other information that the state has introduced, including the pawn receipt, in which Mr. Devens is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying
There's,
to go back to the subscriber information. I thought that was and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Devens had a different phone?
there are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, but the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that were supposedly be said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in this small box, which would be indicative of who is using that phone, and the other individuals that he is calling as the larger picture.
Your Honor, some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname was SAKCHASER. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from SAKCHASER. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof is positive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credits. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as the phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that SAKCHASER's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019, I believe February 23rd or 28th, I don't remember exactly, it's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's been evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court that is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been introduced, such as the Snapchat account, the email account, of which we have the Apple records and the certification on that. For those phones, that it comes back to ynwmellybooking@gmail.com. And that email address, in terms of when that was created, all of that is also subject to the search warrant, specifically which this witness looked at, which we can talk about the creation date of the account, which predates any of the activities in this case and all of the names that are associated with it of JAMELL Demons.
So you're telling me the phone was turned over to the state attorney's office or the police on or about the date when Mr. Demons was arrested?
No, Mr. Demons turned himself in on February 13th of 2019. About 2 weeks later, his manager came to the state attorney's office to give a sworn statement and brought the phone with him.
That's
Passcode.
Mr. Francois?
Mr. Francois. The passcode to access that phone was given by this defendant in a jail call that I have, like I mentioned previously, to his mother, where he is telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a recorded jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things, Your Honor, in retort. One is if Mr. If Ynw Melly is like any other artist, the person who does their bookings is their manager, the person who had phone in hand. So if it's coming back to Ynw Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone. He turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone, or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's Mr. Demons' phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, we talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it and how to commit. All right? So we'll see everybody back at, let's see, 1:15. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cell phone evidence, and I've just been told that they've actually wrapped up. So we will go ahead and get to your questions. Ynw Melly, of course, is the South Florida rapper accused of murdering two of his friends, Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas Jr. They went by Ynw SAKCHASER and Ynw JUVY. We've been covering this case for a little more than a week now, and it's a pretty interesting one. Ynw Melly, whose legal name is JAMELL Demons, says that he did not commit these homicides, but the state says otherwise. So keep your questions coming to us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we will get to as many of them as we can. For now, though, I want to start with Terry Austin, who is in the courtroom, in the courthouse there in Broward County, Florida, to bring us up to speed on what it's been like in court so far this morning. So, Terry, what's the mood like in there today? And did you notice any anxiety with this juror as the detective was testifying?
Well, there was a lot of anxiety in that courtroom. There was a voir dire of the witness wearing a mask, and he wanted to talk to him about why he had that mask on before the jury came in. He testified that he had the mask because there was a bounty on his head for $50,000 and he was in fear of his life. For those reasons, Judge Murphy said, okay, you can wear your mask. Now we have a juror who has some concern about the witness wearing the mask. There were a couple of questions. One was, I'm very uncomfortable. The other issue was, why is he wearing a mask? We're not wearing masks. So they are trying to determine what to do with that issue. The judge said, we'll take that lunch break. We'll determine over the lunch break what we're going to do. There were a couple of options that were proposed. One option is to clear the courtroom and have the witness, take that mask off so he would not be intimidating any of the jurors with the mask on. And another proposal was simply have a jury instruction that is more detailed. The first jury instruction that the judge gave basically was, look, this witness will be wearing a mask and you are not to infer anything with that. This second jury instruction, if that's the way the judge decides to go, will be much more detailed. So he's thinking about that over the lunch break, and we'll have some sort of resolution when the break concludes.
I want to bring Brian Buckmeyer into this conversation really quickly. Brian, you were a public defender doing homicide cases. This is pretty unique. We are getting a really good look into the gang life, the concerns that come with policing and working on gang cases and stuff like that. So I have seen personally officers wearing these types of masks when they're out executing warrants, doing things like that when it's related to big drug cases and gangs and things like that. I've not seen it in the courtroom, but I understand the concern of this guy. He says he's got a bounty on his head, but also we do have that confrontation clause issue where the defendant has a right to confront his accuser. And also it does impact possibly how the jurors are able to evaluate this person's credibility.
Yeah, so let me pull a lot of that apart. First of all, the confrontation clause doesn't say you have the right to confront your accuser. You have the right to confront the witnesses against you. And the way that the constitutional law looks at that is you're allowed to be in court with them. You're allowed to have them present. You're allowed to cross-examine them. It's not like when we've had sovereign citizens in the past saying, well, the state is accusing me, so why isn't the state coming in? It's not really accuser, it's more witnesses. Also, it's not literal in the sense that you have to see their face. While this is rare to hide someone's face during testimony, and especially during the pandemic, many defense attorneys, including myself, made the argument that we cannot test the credibility of this witness if they're wearing a mask on their face, because that's the way that people perceive truthfulness, honesty, dishonesty, whatever it may be. It's a balancing act. And I mean no disrespect to this witness, but the life of a person and potentially the life of their loved ones, whether it be husband, wife, children, parents, whomever it may be, because we know that gangs don't just go after one person, they could potentially go after a family. That risk, at least in my mind, far outweighs any discomfort you may have from seeing someone testify with a mask. I think the witness explained it very well. I think everyone is a reasonable person in that room. Also, most of us have lived through the last 3 years of seeing people with masks. I don't think this witness testifying with a mask should be that big of an issue. Give a curative instruction or some kind of instruction come time for deliberation, but I side on the side of safety for this person's life over another person's discomfort.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, I don't think any of us can imagine what having a bounty on our heads is like. This guy, people want to kill him, and people will be paid to kill him. So a lot of us are not able to actually put ourselves in that position. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The concern really is what's going on with this juror as well. Is this going to impact her ability to be fair and impartial? Let's get to some of your questions. Offie Patterson is with us as well out in California. Our first question, I'll throw this one to you, Offie. It's from EJ2882 from YouTube. Will they have enough evidence and prove him guilty? Me, I think no. So, we got to be careful with that because the case is not yet over. But Offie, what are your thoughts so far on how the case is going?
First of all, thank you, EJ, for your question. If I can tackle really, really quickly what you guys just addressed with respect to the witness, I would like to take find me an expert witness that can testify without a mask. I think it's highly prejudicial and inflammatory, and that would be my first objection as a defense attorney, because as a juror, I would start thinking, what in the world have I gotten myself into? What is the defendant involved in? Is anybody going to come after my family? Now, with respect to EJ's question, has there been enough evidence, or is there enough evidence to convict Melly? Maybe there is. I don't think that enough has been presented yet. I think the prosecution is definitely, circling with the helicopter, and they haven't landed yet, but it looks like they are trying to land, and they're just trying to piecemeal a lot of the evidence that they can put together as best they can to bring about a conviction.
Well, let's keep in mind, though, this officer, this detective, he's on the stand testifying about wiretaps and stuff like that. So, he has involvement in the case. So we need to keep that in mind as well. And there is a gang aspect of this case. So it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds after lunch. The judge may do what Brian just suggested as curative instruction. All right, Kirsty Walden from YouTube. What does this have to do with the case? Asking about undercover detective Danny Polo. So Terry, what does this have to do with the case? Clear that up for Kirsty, if you don't mind.
Okay, so good question. The prosecution is bringing on undercover agent Danny Polo because they have alleged that Melly is involved with a gang. And so they are trying to make that connection with the gang, the Bloods basically. And so this witness is testifying about his undercover operations, what happens generally. And right now, we've only heard about general undercover operations. We have not heard anything specific about this operation. So I think what the prosecution is going to try to do is to say, what did you do in connection with this case? What did you do in connection with Melly? What did you do in connection with any sort of wiretapping? And if in fact they learned any information, this would be the witness to get that in. They've alleged that he's involved in the gang. They've stated as an aggravating factor that he's involved with the gang activity. And so that's why they're bringing this witness on the stand at this point in time.
Sure, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so gang life, like any other type of close-knit communities, is a subculture that many people aren't open to. You don't see it. I'm not going to throw up gang signs, but handshakes, hand movements, verbiage, different types of way that people articulate themselves in a gang or in that environment is very different than what people may know in their everyday life. It's like lawyers and non-lawyers. We have our own language that you may not know about. So you put on a witness like this to educate the jury to say, hey, what you saw there in that video isn't just a handshake. That's something gang related. What you saw here, or what we're trying to present here, isn't just some kind of awkward happenstance. It's gang related. And so they're trying to associate what might go over some people's head because they're not knowledgeable in gang life and try to educate them. Even the tattoos on Ynw Melly's face and his body, that can be an educational way for the jury to learn about why there's a gang connection based on the prosecution's perception.
And let's keep in mind, just so the viewers are aware, and we thank everybody again for joining us, and keep the questions coming to us on social. You're right, Brian. A lot of people, regular people watching this unfold, average, everyday people are not familiar with gang stuff. And Christine Bradley talked about this in her opening statement. She said that they were going to see things called stacking, and this is a way to show that you're in a gang and making symbols and stuff like that. So she discussed this and said this was coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break, so we hope you stay with us. As I mentioned, keep those questions coming on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching our lunch hour Q&A here on Law and Crime. Keep your questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. A great panel today. Terry Austin with Law and Crime is down there at the Broward County Courthouse, getting a bird's eye view of everything going on in this trial. Brian Buckmeyer is here with us as well as Offie Patterson. She is a lawyer out in California. She is with us this hour. Offie, I'll send this question over to you. It comes from Turtle0086 from YouTube. This case sure has had it all. Hostile witness, motion for mistrial, discovery violation, defense/prosecutor bickering over printouts, jurors being replaced, countless sidebars. What's next? I mean, it kind of makes you wonder, Offie, what could happen next here?
Anything could happen next. Thanks for the question, Turtle. I think that I have been fascinated by this case just looking at defense counsel. I've always said he is giving us a masterclass on evidence and courtroom procedure. He is showing us the importance of thinking ahead and foreseeability and preparation. I absolutely love how he pulls out primary authority. I love how he does his research, and he's ready for everything that the prosecution has. And I think that it's been fantastic for me. I think it's weighed a lot on the jury, and I think that especially for the prosecution, they don't appear to be prepared, cooperative, or forthcoming. And I think that may have an adverse effect on their case in chief, but we'll see. Again, Turtle, anything can happen next.
Anything could happen. This is turning out to be one of those cases where you really tune in because you don't know what could possibly happen next. And I agree with you, Offie. I think David Howard is very good attorney, really on his toes. Brian, let's send this question over to you. Bree Wetz from Facebook asks, why drive to the hospital and not call 911? I think that's a very good question. And Cortland Henry Bortland is the only one who can answer this.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know if it's ever going to be an answer for it, at least in this case. Maybe Cortland Henry takes a stand and testifies. I would assume if you have two people in the back of your car bleeding out, driving to the police is going to only amount to questions and not getting medical aid or life-saving aid. While driving to the hospital, you would get aid and then questions. So I think it's the emergency of the situation. People are dying, you go to a hospital, you don't necessarily go to a police precinct.
Well, and to be fair, none of us know how we would react in such a situation. But the prosecution would tell you he did this because they were staging this whole thing, he and Melly. The defense, we don't know what they say about that part of it. Roddy Dreco from Facebook, Terry Austin asks, why does the prosecutor think Melly was the only shooter when Ynw Bortland was also inside the car?
Well, I think the reason the prosecution is focusing on Ynw Melly is because he was sitting in the back seat. And according to their forensic experts, the bullets that were the kill shots came from the back seat. So Anthony Williams was in the front passenger. The bullet that killed him came from the back. And Christopher Thomas was in the back seat, and they're saying it came from the side. Now, of course, their bodies were riddled with bullets because it was, according to the defense, a drive-by shooting, and there were lots of bullets in the bodies, in the car, and so the kill shots. And that's exactly why I say I want to hear what the medical examiner has to say. They are going to testify according to the prosecution. What she said in her opening was that you're going to see that these bullets came from inside the car, and they're not saying that Henry was the one who shot that gun because of the angle of the bullets. They're saying that he was the driver. And if you remember, they are charging Melly with not only, 2 counts of first-degree murder, but they are asking for the death penalty. They are not asking for the death penalty in connection with Henry because he is not the shooter, or at least I'm assuming that that is the rationale why they're asking for the 2 different punishments.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Also interesting to point out that the medical examiner, according to Christine Bradley, is going to testify that those shots fired from outside the car hit the victims when they were already dead. So I think that will be very interesting testimony to hear once we get to that point. Another question now, Brian. I'll send this one over to you. It's from DiorMe_me, who we had on yesterday as well. Asks, what is allegedly the key evidence connecting him to these murders for a conviction? I'm only hearing strong possibilities, like a flipped coin.
Well, Dior, thanks for coming twice. Enjoy people coming back to watch the trial continuously. I think you're right. What you're hearing is what they've got. The strongest bit of evidence would probably be the video from the recording studio where they go into the car, because without that, there's not really an argument as to who is sitting where, and then they attach with them the trajectory of the bullets. But that's all they've got. I mean, I could go up there and say, all right, we had the cell phone video that was played, and we see that these two cell phones were traveling together, and then all of a sudden they're separate. What's to say that Cortland didn't stop the car after Melly got out, went to the back seat like he was pretending to look for something, and then shot them from there? Because it'd be easy for them to be distracted for him looking for something in the back car than to sit in the front seat, turn around, and shoot. There's no evidence to say that he didn't do that. There's no evidence to say that he did. But it's reasonable. It could create a doubt. I think they're just going with little bits and pieces of our arguments and trying to piece it together as best as they can. And as best as they can is probably the title of their trial at this point.
Afi, I'll send this next question to you. NNQ family from YouTube asks, him and friends were in the same gang. So what is she trying to prove? Why would he kill his friends that's in the same gang as him? This is the question from NNQ, Afi.
Thank you, NNQ. So I think that's what we all want to know, right? So the prosecution is saying that the drive-by was staged. So explain to me, if the drive-by was staged, what was the motive for staging the drive-by? What was the motive for killing these two gentlemen who they were in the maybe same gang, had the same affiliation, they were friends? What was the motive? When did you stage the drive-by? Why? At what point, when they left the studio, everybody seemed friendly, everybody seemed to have a good attitude, no hostility. So I don't really know where they're going with it, but they need to show me why. When was this staged? Had you been planning it? Did you plan it when you left the studio? I don't think that they've done the job yet, but I think it's coming, hopefully.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, we've heard from the father of YNW Juvy that apparently there had been something physical that happened in the days before this between Melly and Anthony Williams. Whether or not we will hear about that in testimony is a totally different thing. So I'm waiting to see if we hear anything about that type of thing as well. Let's see, at NixFan821 from Twitter, Terry Austin, what happens next if the jury convicts Melly for murder? And what does happen next if that happens?
Well, we will then have the sentencing phase where that jury is going to determine whether or not he will get the death penalty. And that's going to depend upon the aggravating factors that the prosecution has already listed. They think that it's, cruel and unusual. They think that it is premeditated. They think that it is gang related. Those are just some of the aggravating factors that the prosecution has said they think should apply here, and that jury is going to apply those aggravating factors. And don't forget, we've mentioned this before, it used to be in Florida that you had to have, and in most states, a unanimous decision as far as the death penalty is concerned. Governor DeSantis has written a new law just recently that you have a 8-4 instead of 12-0. And so with 8 members of that jury, they could say, yes, we would like to impose the death penalty. But we're still far from that. We have to see the rest of the prosecution's case, obviously the deliberation, then we'll have the decision of that jury. And of course, even if the jury does decide on the death penalty as far as Melly is concerned, there will be appeals. There's no doubt about that. And the process would take a very long time. So we have some ways to go before that.
Yeah, most certainly. And that law, Governor DeSantis just signed it in April. So this is very new. It came in response to the Parkland school shooter, getting life in prison rather than the death penalty, which many people believed he deserved. Our next question from TikTok comes from Sunglass Kid. And Brian, Sunglass Kid asks, why did Melly stay in jail when Bortland had gun residue on him?
Well, thank you, Sunglass Kid, for the question. I think it comes down to the allegations. So it's a number of reasons why someone has bond or bail. It's a number of reasons as to why it might be higher than your co-defendant. I think the major reason here is that the evidence, at least at the point in which bond or bail was being decided, appeared to be stronger towards Melly being the shooter, and therefore there being greater aggravating circumstances there than that of Henry, who's the driver, and merely, according to their theory, was a co-conspirator or helped after the fact. And so with those two distinctions, they would have asked for more bond or more bail or even remand, meaning that there's no amount of money that can get this person released, than as opposed to his co-defendant. And that's based on their participation in the crime, the evidence that they have, the likelihood of success based on the evidence, as well as the punishment, one facing the potential death penalty, the other facing life in prison. I think that's why one is still in jail and one was able to bond or bail out.
Afi, this next question is going to you. All-American Allison _ from Instagram asks, can they use Melly's song against him as a confession? I think she's referring to Murder on My Mind.
I think that was already brought up, and first of all, thank you, All American. I think that was already brought up maybe pre-trial or maybe even after the trial started, and the prosecution is precluded from introducing that. And I believe it was released or it was created before the murders. So I don't believe that that's going to be introduced.
Yeah, most certainly. It was written while he was doing time on another case and released before the homicides. That is certainly true. All right, we are going to keep taking your questions, so keep them coming to us. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but we have to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Definitely. And maybe they felt like they had to go back and get more. Maybe they felt like they needed to bolster the case. Our next question, Afi, for you comes from Nevaeh Johnson from YouTube, and it's also going to be combined with a question from Taurus from YouTube. Basically, couldn't have Henry turned around in his seat and possibly shot them? And then Taurus says, is it possible that Juvy and SAKCHASER shot each other?
Okay, Nevaeh and Taurus, thank you for those questions. I would answer with anything is possible. And I think that's why the prosecution has such a heavy burden to, number one, put Melly there, number two, put a gun in his hands, and then number three, make him a trigger man, because anything is possible. And that is what the defense is going to bring out. You have not narrowed down the trigger man. You have not put the gun in Melly's hand. You have not shown me that he is the person who pulled the trigger. So anything is possible. And I think that's going to be the defense's argument. And again, the prosecution has a heavy burden, and they need to bring it a little bit more because they're not doing it at this point.
Terry, our next question comes from Latasha Gaffney from YouTube. She asks, so is the motive gang related?
Well, I think the prosecution is trying to say that the motive is gang related. That is the only motive that they have presented thus far. And without the witness who's currently on the stand, Danny Polo, who was an undercover agent, he is trying to establish that this was gang related, that it could have been, and we haven't heard all the testimony yet, but it could have been a motive for these killings, that perhaps he was trying to prove himself as far as this gang was concerned. He talked about national gangs. He talked about local gangs. And so I think that that is the only motive that we've seen thus far. We could see other motives. You know, often crimes like this, it could be financial. And Jeanette, you actually interviewed Christopher Thomas's dad, who thought perhaps it could be something related to their brand and selling the brand and splitting the money, or perhaps it could be that there was an argument. So, you know, right now, we haven't seen any of that evidence in trial. The only evidence we've seen so far as motive, as far as the prosecution is concerned, is this gang. Now, by the way, they don't have to prove motive, but it does make it much easier for that jury to understand why the prosecution thinks this crime occurred.
Most definitely. And you know, Terry, there, as you said, there could be a couple of things going on here. Maybe it is a gang thing. Maybe there is money involved. I mean, who knows? We are waiting to see that. And, you know, the prosecution, as you said, too, does not have to present a motive, but it sure helps when the jury's trying to wrap their heads around this stuff. Red drop, exclamation point from YouTube. Brian Buckmeyer, what's the main reason why Ynw Melly would get the death penalty, even though there are artists that have worse issues but don't get the death penalty?
I would have to know what artists we're talking about. Just kind of throwing a dart out there. I would guess either it depends on jurisdiction. If an artist committed a crime in New York, for example, we don't have the death penalty. It would depend on the aggravating circumstances. So the reason why they're looking for the death penalty here is because they're saying that Ynw Melly's crime was so heinous or so callous, and also that there was a gang affiliation. And then kind of touch on that gang affiliation aspect as well. They have to prove it is to some extent, because not only as it helps in their trial in terms of answering the question of guilt or innocence, it's also going to help in terms of sentencing or the penalty phase when they ask for those aggravating charges to reach the death penalty. And I think the circumstances of what the prosecution has in their head as to what Ynw Melly did is why they're saying this should be a death penalty case. The other artists that you're referring to, if they were murders, I think it would depend on the circumstances in those murders.
Definitely. All right, Big Dog 59 from YouTube, Afi, how important is it to put Demmons in the car at the time of the shooting?
Thanks, Big Dog. I don't know that it's important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting. I think the focus isn't Portland, the focus is Melly. And we already know that, Demmons. It's very important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting because we're trying to say that he is the person who pulled the trigger. And I think that's what the prosecution has been doing with the phone situation. And that's why yesterday's testimony was so important, by the testimony made by the custodian of the records, because we are trying to say that Melly had this phone and he is the person who was in the car, because we know the phone was in the car at the time of the shooting. So it's critical to put him there at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, most certainly, because they're saying it occurred, but these shots were fired from the backseat. So it's critical. It doesn't get any more critical than that. Juror from YouTube asks, isn't the witness's identity already compromised since he's being live streamed and viewers know his name and location? And this, of course, Terry, is about the undercover detective, Danny Polo.
Well, so far, we have not seen Danny Polo on the stand without his mask. And I will say it is a full face coverage other than the eyes. You can see the eyes. And I think the issue really is here that it is being live streamed. He does walk around, and when defense counsel asked their questions prior to the jury entering, defense counsel did say, look, you're walking around without a face mask. I saw you sitting outside without a face mask. What's the difference coming in here? The judge then said, it sounds as though you're concerned. You have this bounty. This is live streamed. More people would see him as far as his facial features are concerned without that mask. So I do think that at the end of the day, I don't know how the judge is going to resolve this issue. We had a juror who said she was uncomfortable with the mask. We might see a jury instruction that is more detailed, saying you should not feel uncomfortable. This is for his protection. You all are not at risk. I think right now the attorneys are trying to draft an instruction that will ease the uncomfortable, how uncomfortable this particular witness is at this point in time. So the mask is a big issue, and I think Danny Polo will be able to wear it, but it's a guess at this point. And if he is, it'll be a serious instruction.
I'm very interested, for one, to see how the judge rules on this issue. We're going to take a quick break, so keep those questions coming to us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can in this hour. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're taking your questions this hour. So we're going to get to as many of them as we can in the short time we have left. Brian, I'll send this one over to you right now. VSOP_VBS from Instagram. What has literally been the strongest evidence against him thus far? Because just to throw out there that the car surveillance shows him getting into the car, and as we all see, both cars pulled out in the same direction, one following after the other. We don't know what happened once the car got down the road, so that's weak evidence to me. So that's a long question and statement from VSOP, but VSOP wants to know what's the strongest piece of evidence.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Like your question is phenomenal, and that it also has the answer. It is the strongest piece of evidence they have, but it in of itself is not strong. Because if you don't have this video, and this is the way I think about it, if you don't have this video of Ynw Melly going into the very seat that the prosecution is accusing the bullets from coming from, then what do they have? It's the only piece of evidence that I can see so far that unravels the entire case. Now, if you don't have the trajectory of the bullets, that's one issue. If you don't have the bodies, that's another issue. But in terms of what they have and what would make the case crumble, in my eyes, almost completely, it would be the video of them getting in. Because if that's all you had, all you would have is maybe Henry being the only one that goes to the hospital and says, my two friends are dying, and Melly is not in the car or not there to report it. So maybe you can say, hey, we believe because of his absence, he must have been in the shooting, but that doesn't help. So to me, the strongest, even though it is pretty weak, is the video of him getting into that very seat that they say the shots came from.
Our next question, I'll take this one. It's from Catherine Vargas from Facebook. How long is the case supposed to last? Will there be any breaks for July 4th? Well, Catherine, the answer is they're off the week of July 4th. Obviously, there's a holiday in there, and then they don't go have court on Fridays, so that would be a very short week. So they're off that week. And we think that this case could wrap up by the end of July. So that's what they're forecasting right now. Our next question, Offie, is from Becky S. from YouTube. If Ynw Melly is found not guilty, will it be easier to convict Bortland? And what charges is Bortland being charged with?
I think that it would be equally difficult to convict Bortland. But I do think the prosecution, I don't know if it's going to be the same prosecutor, but they will have learned a lot from this trial with Melly. They will know what their pitfalls are. They'll know how to be prepared with their evidence and with the information that they're trying to introduce into court. For example, Melly's girlfriend's mom and her testimony, they'll know how to treat that. It's just, this will essentially be a test run for them with Portland, excuse me.
It kind of is a test run for them with Portland. Our next question, Terry, Zach P. Productions from YouTube. In terms of the overall legal system, what type of ramifications, changes, might arise from this court case?
Well, I think the biggest ramification would be this death penalty issue, because if in fact the death penalty is something that the jury comes to the conclusion, I think that 8-4 new law that Governor DeSantis put into place will be something that not only the courts in Florida will be looking at, but an issue that could go back up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has looked at this issue several times, and ultimately, Florida was able now to put it back to 8-4, but I do think that that's going to be challenged. So obviously it has other ramifications as to whether or not you can use music, whether or not, you can include certain evidence in the trial. But I think the biggest issue here is the fact that they are asking for the death penalty on a case where most people are saying, even if he's found guilty, why would this be a death penalty case? We saw with the Parkland shooter that case was a case that was a death penalty case. And even in that case, they did not elect to have him convicted and have him put to death. He obviously pled guilty, and at the sentencing phase, the jury decided, look, we're not going to put him to death, even though all those aggravating factors existed. So I think the death penalty is probably the biggest issue in this case.
I think so too. And with that new law, it'll be interesting to see how that holds up when it's challenged. TikTok question for you, Brian Buckmeyer. Official 2023 Melly fan asks, why is he not allowed to talk to his family? And I think that Melly fan means inside the courtroom.
Yeah, it's an issue that a lot of us defense attorneys have with both the courts and their court staff, in the sense of they would argue it's just the mechanics of it all doesn't work. They don't want to have anyone passing information, contraband, touching each other. There are very strict rules about what you can and cannot do in a courtroom, and oftentimes those rules are limiting the access that a defendant, especially when the person is incarcerated, may have with family. Now, are there exceptions? Of course. Have I had the opportunity to have a client say goodbye to a loved one, a child of theirs, or family members, whatever it is, before they're sentenced and go off to upstate? We call it upstate in New York because they literally go from one of the 5 boroughs to upstate New York for serious jail time. Yes. But during a trial, I don't know of any judge that will bend court rules to allow for any interaction. So that's why you'll see Melly kind of looking off to the side and voicing to family or friends, because there's not that ability to interact with them more personally.
Yeah, most courts have very strict rules about that, and they don't want this to be social hour. But it just depends on which court you're in, how strictly they enforce these rules. Anna _Aaron Trout from Instagram, Offie, is he going to take the stand at some time? What do you think?
Thanks, Anna. I doubt it very much. Defense attorneys usually do not, they do everything they can so that their client does not have to take the stand. Because of course, the client has the right not to testify. But also, I've said this thousands of times, defendants are under so much scrutiny. Anything they do is going to be picked apart from how they breathe, how they speak, whether they sound remorseful, if they sound remorseful, why, whether they're talking or speaking assertively, whether they're speaking gently. Anything they do is going to be highly scrutinized, and depending on how you lean, you are going to interpret it positively or negatively. And it doesn't matter what they say. It's all about behavior, mannerisms, and what you expect a guilty man or an innocent person to say on the stand. So it's just troublesome. And not only that, when a defendant takes the stand, you don't know what you're going to get all of the time. They can open the door to admitting evidence or admitting a line of questioning that previously would not have been admitted. So you don't want to do that. There are also prior bad acts that may be able to come into play that they may be questioned on. So it's just a minefield, and a lot of times it's just not worth it.
Yeah, certainly. And defendants open themselves up to a lot of cross-examination when they take the stand. Let's get to our next question, Terry. We have less than a minute, so it has to be quick. Kick It's Mackle from YouTube. Does the court know that the undercover detective is known for making false accusations? This seems like this person's making a statement here. We don't know anything about that.
Well, certainly the court may know, but I don't think anyone else in that courtroom knows. For instance, the jury or anyone in the audience that I'm aware of, that has not been introduced. They did the voir dire of the undercover agent, and none of that came up during that voir dire. The only issue that came up and the only issue that mattered to that judge was whether or not he was in fear of his life and whether he could wear that mask.
Yeah. Well, Terry, thanks so much for being with us. Thanks, everybody, for being with us as well. Brian, Offie, thank you. I'm signing off. And Michelle, you will be taking over. We'll be right back. You're watching Law and Crime.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle Yu and welcome back to Law and Crime. Our coverage continues in Broward County, Florida for the trial of JAMELL, better known as Ynw Melly. The South Florida rapper is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the shooting death of Anthony Williams, also known as Ynw SAKCHASER, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as Ynw JUVY. All were a part of the Ynw Collaborative, along with Cortland Henry, the co-defendant in this case, who will be tried separately. It is day 7 in this trial, and court is still on their lunch break. But before they went to lunch, Detective Danny Polo, an undercover detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, was on the stand. The debate between whether the witness should or should not wear his mask that protects his identity was a subject of debate. And now a juror is also taking issue with the mask. Let's listen as to why this is so.
No, I know the state's okay with the first, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with the mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number 1 that should be included.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she's uncomfortable and upset because she was wronged by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, is we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to the second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a moment. But so the record's clear, it says, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. Sure. And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. You know, she just needs a moment. Maybe just send the lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happens. I mean, I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. Answer all your questions. I think we cross that bridge already. So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Okay. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be the first of her 2 notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says considering like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider and is judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which has brought out during Mr. Allison's questioning earlier. The state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which had been selected and seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any expert. But our third proposition would be that we take a break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the immediate right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness and it was testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it. And I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch. And when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. Proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time.
So yeah, that was quite the hot topic before the lunch break in Florida, to mask or not to mask. And with that as the backdrop, I'm joined by Law and Crime Network's Brian Buckmeyer, as well as criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. Natalie, I'm going to start with you here. What do you make of the defense's argument? Do you think the mask should have been allowed in the first place? I mean, this witness has testified in other cases in the same county with the same mask on.
I absolutely agree with the defense attorney. I don't think any witnesses should be allowed to testify with masks on, because one of the ways in which a jury is able to interpret the veracity of a witness's testimony is the manner in which the witness testifies. And that way you can see their facial expressions and kind of gauge whether or not you believe that they're telling the truth. By covering up someone's face, you're obfuscating or obscuring some of that. And so I don't think that that is the appropriate thing to do. And I think it violates Mr. Demons' right to confront his accusers, to see that person testify on the stand. There were less intrusive means to be able to let that witness testify while protecting his identity from the media. They could have just turned the camera away from his face while the jury could see him. It prejudiced Demons in so many ways. I don't know why that was allowed. And I don't care how many counties allow it and how many states. I don't think it's ever appropriate to let a witness completely obscure their faces.
Brian, what do you make of the jurors' note and their anxiety about the witness's mask?
Jurors are people. They come in with their own baggage. And so you having a fear of what happened to you as a child and seeing someone being robbed makes sense. But I think there's a deeper question here is, let's say we try any one of the three options, right? We remove the cameras, let them speak only with the people there. Does him taking off the mask relieve her anxiety? When she goes to deliberate, she's still going to think of the guy as, oh, he's the guy with the mask who then took it off. Is that going to color her testimony? Is just taking the mask off going to just absolve all this altogether, even though we took this break? And if the answer is no, unfortunately, he's got to go. And I know that creates a whole other issue that we have only 3 alternates. We'll go down to 2. Maybe this trial extends a little longer. Someone gets sick, someone gets from childcare, whatever it may be. And that's where it gets really scary, because if you drop below that 12, then you have a mistrial. But at this point, unless she tells me, yeah, once he takes off the mask, I'm good. All that anxiety is gone. I can wipe it from my mind. This whole experience is gone. In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think he can stay.
Well, that's very interesting, Natalie. How big of a deal do you think this could be in everything that Brian just pointed out?
I think that it comes down to they have to voir dire this witness and see whether or not she is so prejudiced by watching this witness testify with a mask on. And if they voir dire the witness and the witness says, yes, take it off, I'm fine, and neither the defense or the prosecution thinks that the juror is lying, then sure. But if the juror expresses any hesitation in being able to be fair and impartial after watching this person testify in a mask, they're going to lose that juror more than likely, and they should lose that juror. You know, no judge wants a mistrial. They want the case to go through to its end, but you also do not want to prejudice the defendant. You want to make sure that they get a fair trial. And it's possible that that did not happen here because of the manner in which this witness testified.
Well, there definitely has been a lot of twists and turns in this case already. Another one popping up today with this mask issue. They're supposed to have it rectified after the lunch break. They are currently going to come back from lunch very soon, so hopefully we will see a resolution and see what happens next. We are going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more to cover here on this Melly trial. Welcome back to Law and Crime Network here. Our main focus has been following the trial of South Florida rapper Ynw Melly. While court is still on their lunch recess, we are recapping testimony of the only witness so far today, and that's undercover detective Danny Polo. When court returns,
Now, these would be obviously treated as a matter of service, but I don't see them putting time into the defendant's damages.
Sure, Your Honor. So in terms of all of the messages that you have before Your Honor, the messages in green are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was.
How come they start out with young SAKCHASER Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Jenkins, that he has a different name or something along those lines.
He does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what I can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the water. So here's another example of that. This also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant. And it's also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example. I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well to show for Donna on that. There's more. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor.
These.
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
How about at or about the time of murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate your cell phone, this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's gonna, counsel's gonna proceed with her.
Okay.
Argument. And you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, SAKCHASER, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not SAK that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother, going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And then,
Hold on. Sure. Can you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in the face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is you started it by texting his mama, it's going to be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. You're talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to the social media notifications on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That JAMELL Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go into after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire poem? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's been discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, Mom. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is JAMELL Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805. That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license on his phone. In some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamel Dennis. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime anywhere else. In addition, the defendant's seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, with the phone in his hand, that phone then tracks and follow on all detailed records and all of the mapping that was done, including yesterday, to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on his mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. And it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital. And that is what is consistent about, and they are recovered at that location.
Counsel, I don't understand this celebrate why that would put a different name on the text message.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on other social media, that could put that name on. However, it is who is using the phone at the time that is important. And so this and all of the information, everything on these, show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So the conversation that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant and what's written there with other people, acknowledging interaction with them and contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones who are identified as a gang member that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
No offense. Yes, sir. Thank you.
She was doing pretty good right there, y'all. She did pretty good right there. Let me tell it.
Check. That this phone was used by others as well. First question for the state was, how come it says SAKCHASER Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the scenes. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you celebrate it and capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she's offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever. We're running direct contradiction of this notion that the phone exclusive. So, state is conceding, right? It's very contentious that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got it. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone as that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Ms. Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media and what have you access and have come multitude of times that access did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone. Again, our contention is not that the phone was used by the citizen. screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top of that particular phone. The state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and it's court knows. I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. Not all of that. And a lot of some of the photos that were displayed to the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity. Somebody else take the picture because he was a friend. Somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out. That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it put the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that the picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, what is clear is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had this phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has SAKCHASER Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously, I just told you, I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it has, it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why SAKCHASER Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got SAKCHASER Howard there the single time that somebody else used it. And every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. Doesn't make sense. And even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish it. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each has exchanged an item of evidence that requires the foundation to disability. So we're doing inviting error. And we say, okay, we can prove something. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to hit. We want you to extrapolate and infer that this is told within Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a logical point, and we get to put in everything and call it his conversation. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was cracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was cracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is different they're making, argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked into. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever committed. Instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without it. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, are the purported gang conversations at the stage, which is good to this witness. If the witness can establish them, or the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demings or out of his fingers in a text, then they're innocent. Otherwise, they are not. And they're here.
Your Honor, I point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there, showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demings, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided for all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant on October 29, 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple. And those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so you're going to see the fact that when I scroll over, it goes back to JAMELL Demings, Ynw Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demings lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy, maybe, or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says Ynw Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can counterhand. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is the defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and say, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, the foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying, we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
Couple things, Council. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone is being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that and what the state's indicating to me, what she's just proffered, are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And if you can read, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demings was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother see listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes. But it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demings' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed. Just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those two messages?
Why don't we bring her out? Can I just say this? And yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that phone was being used while Mr. Demings was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has SAKCHASER Howard. Well, I understand it, but you're saying you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not exist.
Bring the jury. the reason I brought you is I had two messages during the last witness's testimony. And the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I had seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack. And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it's shocking. Like, it's shocked. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can handle it. Like that just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instruction and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have one mask.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, reflect the juror stepped out. Councilor Manuel, the defendant. Council, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask, but she said she's able to follow the instructions and she's able to listen to the evidence. She feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ a procedure, clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
But I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction and going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, and the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think that read that the court has ruled the next witness to be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. One moment to defer, Your Honor. So, Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for Your Honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there are no threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. We're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right? So let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the BSO office down the hall, so I'm going to grab him today. Approach grab any attorney.
Without having a hearing, having them bring their lawyers down and everything else, it's a whole, it's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are not taken.
Jury entering. Let the record reflect the appearance of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, and one of our jurors, we get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Polo and the fact that he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Polo would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to see his face except for his eyes. All right, can you get back to Mr. Tullo, please?
One of the things I heard.
told y'all, look, boy, God heard us. We had a very, very, very serious conversation last night on this live. And boy, God, we was in here talking about the case. And God came in this motherfucker and moonwalked into this courtroom today. I'm talking about, and showed up and showed out. But I'm going to say this. When I was listening, I promise y'all, listen, I give all y'all credit. You guys are some great observers, and y'all guys can actually feel when things are going right and when things are going wrong. I noticed that. And I don't think any of you guys was wrong with any of your observations up to this point. And I'm going to tell you how I know. Because this is the first time that I seen that black dude arguing a point that I knew he wasn't going to win. I was like, you don't seem like, I don't think this argument going to win, black guy. You've been trying this, you've been getting away with this goddamn silver tongue act that you can do. You're really good at it now. You're very good at it. But I knew when he was arguing not to let the phone in, I knew he wasn't going to let it in. I knew the judge was going to let it in. And I saw you guys in the comment section saying the same thing. And we was right. We was right. I knew it. I knew he was going to let it in. And the black dude, he was trying. But I was like, nah, that judge ain't going to buy this shit. I wouldn't have bought that shit. Kudos, shout out to Christine, man. Shout out Christine, man. You shaking in a motherfucker, but you showed up today.
Now, you see my face.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, Melanie.
Oh my gosh, I was so happy. And then when they were talking about the Melly telling his mom to get him a Glock, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
For real? I was sleep a little bit, Melanie. My bad.
Oh well, yeah. He said a Glock, and then he said another gun. I can't remember what the other gun was. And then the dick pics, I still can't get over that. Like, I was waiting for him to argue that. I was waiting. I thought he was gonna try. I don't know how you can get around that, but
Come on, hey Chavo, come on back, Chavo. I think I clicked you out of there on accident, Chavo. Go ahead, Melanie.
I'm just finally like, and then she talked about the cell phones, because he was like, well, how do we know this is his cell phone? And I'm thinking, unless you have a video of him like on the phone talking, he's saying, this is my phone, we're never going to get that.
Right.
We're never going to get that. You can use that argument with every case that involves a cell phone.
Right.
Every case that involves a cell phone.
Right.
Yeah, my fault, bro. My joint was on my fault.
Oh, you good?
And with 4,000 videos and FaceTime calls, we would be here till next year.
Right.
If she would argue every single one of those things. In the defense, they would try to drag that shit too.
Right.
He is that petty.
He definitely petty. Hey, you know what I be thinking about when he be talking? I be like, boy, I bet he held on his wife, boy. God.
Oh yeah. He was on debate team. He was on debate team.
What the hell
well,
I
I'm
missed?
glad y'all hear all that, because all I hear when he talking now is womp 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 womp, like he's a damn teacher from the Peanuts.
I'm sure I would hate to be on this jury. I would freaking hate it because
they spend most of their time in the damn jury room.
Yeah, doing nothing. They're just sitting there, and he just drags it and I mean, I understand. Argue your point, short, sweet, to the point, and then bring them in. Like, this is wasting time. I don't think this is going to be done until maybe the 1st or 2nd week of August.
Yeah.
If it keeps going at this rate.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, true.
I'm with you.
It's ridiculous.
Making it drag out.
Normally, a judge will say, "Okay, come on." Well, not like that, but they try to move it along.
Get to the point. Yeah, get to the point. Basically,
And then
they ain't
the
gonna let you
breaks.
stay on the point. Keep
And then
others
the
at
breaks. It's like every 2 hours they're taking a break. Normally it's like, every 3-4 hours, unless like one of the jury members raises their hands, they have to go to the bathroom. They keep it going.
Yeah.
All I know is when that judge let that cell phone records in, I just started shadow to myself and then shooting fake air people like Melody.
Oh, he's fucked. He's fucked. Question.
Yeah,
Are the
question
jury going to hear the gun stuff? Did you guys hear the gun stuff?
I don't know. I don't know if she's gonna bring that in or not.
Oh
It
shit! Because
remains to
if
be
that
seen what she's gonna bring in.
girl, if that comes in, he's done. I mean,
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
he's done.
Hold on, what
I'm
I
quite sure
missed?
that's one of them messages that they gotta bring in.
And
So
somebody
Melanie,
said, "Oh, it
Melanie,
needs to be legal. It needs to be legal, or some shit like that." And I'm
a,
thinking,
Yeah.
a real supreme on the set. On the set.
I was being nosy, looking in long crimes chat because I think it's a bunch of teenagers in there, like a lot of them. But there was people saying, "Oh, this is a bad day for the defense." I'm like, finally.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hey,
they finally getting the point.
hey, Melanie. So what's this gun evidence? I told you I had done dozed off. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
there was we heard you snoring. We know. We
For
know.
real, y'all heard me?
Yeah.
Oh
Hell
man.
yeah. Loud as hell.
Oh
But
man.
guess
Imagine
what?
you're listening.
I
I'm like, he's
said
getting
that's
that good
so
sleep.
yeah, I said that's okay. That man tired. He worked 3 jobs and he is doing all of this extra
We ain't
work,
go to
keeping us entertained every
we
day. Leave him
ain't go to
alone.
we ain't go to sleep like 5 this morning.
No, you went to sleep. I haven't even been to sleep since
Oh,
last night.
sorry.
Oh,
Shit.
I don't
So
know how
I
you guys
dozed off
do it.
for a second too. So hey,
I gotta
whatever.
have
You've
my
been working
sleep.
hard.
Damn, on the set. Go ahead. But go ahead, Melanie. What they say about the gun evidence?
She was reading off text messages because the judge wanted her to prove that this was his phone. So she was like going through conversations from oh my god, I don't know if they were before the murder or after the murder, where he texts his mom. He's like um telling her to bring Mariah and to bring him a Glock 45 and then to bring him another gun, but I can't remember what the other gun was. And then
That nigga text that?
yes, and then he
Damn.
said make sure it's legal
Holy shit.
That nigga wild as hell.
to his mom, and his mom's like okay. And then there
Man.
was text messages where he's arguing, where his mom is arguing with him, saying, you're making me look bad because you don't treat me good and you don't stand up for me." And I'm like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
That's what his mom was telling him? Melanie.
Yeah, can you hear me? Someone was calling in.
That's what his mom was telling him?
Yep.
Somebody, if you read them text messages, I got them. Well, the statement that Felicia Holmes put on the internet, the ones that they didn't let in, but lawyer or the state attorney tried to force in. And at the end of one of them statements, she said that Melly treat his mama like shit. I swear, I got him.
Oh, I believe you. Because he was talking about how SAKCHASER beat her up and that he didn't even stand up for her. Like it's in the text messages. Like
SAKCHASER beat her up.
Yeah.
Oh damn, well they're gonna motive right there. They about to
Ooh.
I
holy
missed
shit.
that.
Me too. God
It sound like
damn.
I missed a lot. Shit.
I had to turn it because your sound it's like kind of muffled. It's hard for me to hear. So I was like clicking back and forth because
Yeah.
their audio is not that good in there, but theirs is a little bit louder. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can turn yours up, but
Yeah. Let me
anyway,
see. Yeah.
I was going. Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah,
Damn.
I missed that part. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch.
So
Yeah, right when she gets to you see the green and blue messages. That's when you need to
Mm-hmm.
turn it up and really listen to what, because her voice, she's not loud. The defense attorney's loud, so it's easy for me to hear him. But her,
Right.
it's I have a hard time hearing, even with my headphones.
Yeah. Yeah, I have my headphones on too. That's why I be sounding so loud when I'm
Me
in
too. I
the
got
chat.
some on too. That shit make me want to just read Melly Texas and see what's all in them motherfuckers, don't it?
Oh, that's like if it's 4,000 things. I mean, that's like a book.
Sheesh.
Damn.
Is he talking?
Yeah, he talking. Let me see what he talking about. I was just interested. This shit was interesting in the motherfucker.
All right, I'm gonna mute while I'm listening.
All right.
Yeah, you can meet me up and shit. I don't know if my joint's echo.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy training company. Who are the people who give instructions? What is theirs?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching their gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential.
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials of this person.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you.
Stop it. Oh my God, this
Pretty
guy.
easily. Of course, you have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams, there's videos, there's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay. Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
I know you don't want to,
yeah. But
you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression.
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, and things that I might already know about them. Intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me, and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member, and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview. And then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No.
Okay. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now. And the founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up at the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive
getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because sure, nobody would. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this gang, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. It's incriminating against themselves. And why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I was on the phone call. My bad.
That's okay. I can't believe he can write down all of these damn investigations, though.
Well, because this guy is so petty, he literally wants everything. But what he's saying is true. Instagram, YouTube, they all tell on themselves.
Yeah.
And law enforcement watches that shit.
Exactly.
You'd think they'd stop, but I mean,
And
they don't.
and the lawyer knows that. He knows that. You know, he's just being petty as hell right now.
As the jury sits and waits.
Right.
They've been sitting back there almost an hour. You know that, right? They got back at 1:30. Like this is getting ridiculous. And it takes them forever to just make a point.
You know, it's ridiculous. They are making this go by so much slower than it has to. If I was on the jury, I'd be pissed.
I was gonna say this too. He might be wearing the jury out, and they may go to feeling a way about that the tactics he using. You get what I'm saying? Like my children, when I go to talking to them too long, they go to tuning my ass out.
Yeah, but you know what? The problem with that is just like in the OJ case, because the jury was sitting so long and going through so much with that damn trial. That's the reason why they came back with the damn verdict so fast. Remember?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen. Yeah, I don't know if y'all seen the interview that they did recently. I think it was on the 20th anniversary, 25th anniversary, something like that. They did a interview with like 5 or 6 of the jurors, and they were saying we didn't even look over the evidence. We went back there, did a vote 8, and just said, yeah, he guilty, and went on about our business because we was ready to go home.
I think I seen one of them say that. Yep.
Yeah, you know. She was like, yeah, I admit, or, not guilty, rather. She's like, yeah, I admit we didn't go over any of the evidence in the jury room. Because they
So
were in and out in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe three at the most, something like that.
yeah,
So he's risking his jury doing the same damn thing with Melly and just go back there and be like, guilty, let's go.
right.
Because they tired of the bullshit.
But I'm gonna say that that's why I was saying when I think I said this last night, but I was thinking about it when what really made me think about it when she tried to sneak that Felicia Holmes statement in. She got a lot of ways she could win this goddamn case. All she needs is one thing. You know what I mean? Like one thing she had the Felicia Holmes statement to me would have been damning. But she still snuck it in anyway, and the jury still heard it. And I'm gonna say this. I don't know, y'all answer this for me. If I'm on the jury, I'm gonna ask myself if he didn't do this. Well, I know they gotta go on evidence now, or supposedly in the perfect world, go on evidence. But if I'm the jury, and I'm gonna ask myself, why is they arguing to keep all this shit out if he innocent?
Yeah.
Right.
And the
Right.
phone thing, like she finally said it today. I'm like, yes, finally. The fact that once he was at the hospital, the phone was still being used.
Oh,
We have video. We have video of him with the phone in his hand. Yesterday, at the very, very end of the day, like the very end, when the DNA guy was talking, because that was boring. I was falling asleep in that. But the very end, he said that when they tested the door panel, Melly's DNA was on the door handle of the back, the back seat where he was sitting. His DNA was on it, which ties him to the vehicle.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he had that car for over a month, according to
I
the
don't know
rental
why
agreement.
the hell
So
they
his
waited.
DNA. No. I'm talking about the rental
When they
car
rented
itself. Yeah, they had that car for a long time anyway, so his DNA is gonna be all over it.
But some jurors, they want DNA, they want physical proof.
Yeah.
But they waited way too long to test it. I don't know why the
Oh,
hell they waited till
absolutely.
June.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. I ain't trying to be racist in that because I ain't racist, but I sure hope it's some white folks on this jury.
Right, because they're gonna convict his ass.
Come on, white folks.
Just look at the damn face tattoos. I'm sorry, I'm looking at someone sideways when it's a double murder trial and they got face tattoos.
Right.
I'm sorry, but I'll admit it.
Then he tried to do this shit in y'all nice, peaceful town of Miramar. Y'all need to hang this motherfucker. Real, y'all don't need this type of ruffian hanging around in y'all city.
And the other thing, I don't know if you saw AK-47's video, but he was talking about Portland, and Portland's attorney has to be watching this shit. And I hope that he has talked to the prosecution, at least after the first day, and said, hey, what can we make a plea deal? Because if Portland doesn't do that, he is fucked.
Yeah, we actually went over AK-47's video last night on the live, a little recap we did, and I agree. He thought of some stuff that I hadn't even thought about. I was like, damn. I was like,
what's more important? Do you want millions or do you want to sit in prison for murder the rest of your life? I mean,
that's what I said last night.
Those are your choices.
I was like,
and not even millions, just millions temporarily until you go to prison.
Yeah, because as soon as he goes, do you think they're going to give him commissary and all of that? Hell
no. Hell no.
Listen,
he ain't going to get shit.
He ain't got
no ghost him just like they did Felicia, whatever her last name is.
Yep. And then let's be honest, Portland ain't got no kind of support system as far as his family. So
he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't have a mom.
He doesn't. I mean, he have his mom, but she's on drugs really bad, and the daddy got shot because of this situation, and he's in a wheelchair.
Melly got the smoothest setup for motherfucking Portland and shit.
Well, if his attorney is good, if his attorney's worth anything, that's what that attorney would be doing.
Yeah, he would be behind the scenes trying to get his client a deal.
Something where it won't. They'll drop the charges on him, or just charge him with accessory after the fact and take the murder off. He's going to have to do something. I mean, 10 years is better than 30, 40 years. We got 2 dead bodies here.
Man.
Hey, Dream Doll, you see that last comment?
What is that?
Just saying. I don't know if she wiped any noses today.
Who comment it was?
Are
If
they
you, it's
back in the
haters in the
courtroom?
chat. I think so.
Okay, let me see.
Part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Oh.
Okay, well. Information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff.
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm on the left line, or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on the right, put a different colored bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If you're I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right? When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir. Okay. So that means Bloods typically wear red. Right? That's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's or your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight. Sure. You're saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right.
Correct.
Meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back. Right?
Yes.
So that's another rule. That sometimes they do.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all their Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a 9-Trade Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. You wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings. 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things like outlaw motorcycle gangs. I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took. I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right. One last thing. You said that you have taught, like, at. I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth both while I was working on the road before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching.
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that. Because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light. So they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is, when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay, but you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something I do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One more. I have a question.
So Detective Pola, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways? I try to convince myself that they're not. I try to avoid confirmation bias. So someone tells me this guy's a blood, or is all off your family, or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the
second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they are not, and that maybe there's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But if when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person is wrong, I'm right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, national-based gang and local street gang that they associated with. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets. And then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets spreading their ideology.
You used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a set?
A set, like a group, or a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UVN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first three original sets, 9 Trey Gangster Bloods, 1 Trey Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the G of H. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. And they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs, and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title, so they might give it an associated title, like it could be whatever set could call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, and you have the fifth floor. Fifth floor is your rank. Called fifth floor or 5-star, then you're a 5-star general. Then the fourth floor, third floor, second floor, first floor, you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. And a little bit less in the next one, a little bit less in the next one. So you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, store supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization certain one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, the main one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom, transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. The person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they can pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, unless you knew what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. But can you describe, you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in if we're speaking about bloods only, in the blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically, just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast in California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time, in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Mal Pyru was one of the original sets. 5'9" Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And the main thing was defending ourselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's, call each other certain words like Crips. Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. These are little things that they do. And it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they're in a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun,
What about a stick or a pole?
a rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate or being greenlit that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you're next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned the term false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a blood, you're not a blood, and saying you're a crip and you're not a crip. Or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They'll call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy from. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet, and they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, see, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be like that.
And if you could explain is the term real right.
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned blood, a blood that's tapping in, a blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as a blood. So if you're saying you're a real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then your first or second floater, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another Blood because they don't believe you're a Blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. You would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real Blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you alive. If you're faking it, you're not going to be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if somebody asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
With the Bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are. Basically, you'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all of the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Inglewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Oh. You taught, one of the other things you said, you defined what is set tripping.
Set tripping is something that was created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangs for Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting it, not correcting it, mentioning it. But Gangs for Killer Bloods created that term basically. And set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangs for Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules. Everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight in the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat, and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangs for Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should enforce on someone else. So there's little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, you know, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. They're the police of the G-Shine of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live stream getting beat or what they did. Everything doesn't arise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't arise to be killed, but you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts the style of dress, admits the gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable. identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy, being associating with a gang member one or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so maybe
There's like
start with you
13.
first. Yeah, A through K, does that sound familiar? No. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for the African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. African Americans did to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, Black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's gonna want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports. Or you might be just a very smart person. You just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case?
In reference to this case.
I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demons was a member of this gang. and if he was to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that in document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, the colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So, what about adopting the use of a hand signs, which is identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons does all the gang signs. He does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They'd say, "Oh, I'm a blood," and they might just stack his set. So he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll claim they'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's. Every set has specific hand signs that they want. So there's universal hand signs for the UVM and United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. Every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set as part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted, or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
So we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked that happened to those two kids. I don't know how old they are. Those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of sex money murder, which is a set of the Bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every Blood that can find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Devins in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Devins for being a fake Blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Devins for being Blood by other Bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna make sure the defense has a chance to see what's in the state. Triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Holmes showing it's been labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to Ynw Melly booking at gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton. Same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of his cell phone.
Side by
What do you guys think of him so far?
They letting all that evidence in now.
Yep.
Letting all that shit in now.
That was so funny. He brought up the Island Boys.
Oh, I ain't here. I was on a phone call. What he was saying?
She was asking, is there people who say they're in a gang and they're false claiming, and what happens to them? He's like, well, there's these two guys called Island Boys, and they got checked and they had to publicly apologize.
Oh
For false
wow.
claiming. Yep.
So Melly them was false flagging?
No, he said the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she was going into the text messages, and that's when he objected. He's like, objection. This is Melly's phone.
Oh wow.
I think so far it looks good. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in a gang, so
Me neither.
This is all, I feel old, but
when we was kids, we neighborhood like gang bang. It was like wherever we grew up at, for some reason.
You just hang out with your friends. It wasn't a gang where you.
Nah, we ain't had no gang signs and none of that shit.
No.
You know what I mean?
Like the worst thing people did, I mean, and I did too, was party, smoke, do
it's like because
a little bit of sugar booger.
Yeah, it was like
shit
because
like that.
It was like because we was from a certain area and the people from the other side, for some reason, it was like we kind of just created this fake rivalry type thing, but we didn't kill nobody or nothing. You know what I mean?
No. Not like it is now. And we were at least smart enough not to get caught. Well, we didn't have cell phones, so
right.
We were kind of lucky.
Right.
We had the pay phone.
Right. So I got a question. So everything in that cell phone comes into evidence now?
I don't know, because she was asking, she was bringing the tech. Oh, I forgot to tell you real quick. After this is done, Law and Crime Network just put a video up talking about Mom, get me a Glock ASAP. So play that video, because that's going to show the text messages. It's like a clip.
Oh, it's already up. I'm gonna see if I can play that now.
Yeah, I got a notification for it.
My bad, y'all. I fell asleep for a few minutes.
Oh no,
Girl,
you
you
all
fell
right.
asleep. I don't know. I
Mm-hmm.
found this interesting.
It
What,
wasn't
gang
about whether it was
university?
interesting or not. I haven't slept since yesterday afternoon, so
I don't
yeah.
know how you do it. I can't go without sleep. I can't do it.
Let's see videos. I appreciate you, Tanel.
Oh, no problem. No, it was just my sinuses and my back were acting up last night. You know, I still got the sinus infection.
Just read the caption and you'll see it says something. It says ASAP mom get my Glock, or because the notification came up as I'm sitting here listening to this.
Yeah, I think I see it.
Like maybe 5-10 minutes ago, if that.
I'm gonna tell people something too. They gave when he ranked up in rank, they sent him a text message telling him, "Congratulations, you're now a starry or some shit."
That's what I think she's trying to bring up, and that's when the defense, they haven't objected to anything until she was bringing the paper up with the text messages, and that's when he's like, objection, and then they did the sidebar.
Predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point, the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate Gary's help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument, and you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, SAKCHASER, and as he referred to it, this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Devins about that person, showing that it is not SAK that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And then this,
Hold on a second.
Sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in the face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. You're talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That JAMELL Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide.
Sonny's new big deal lineup is here with a candied bacon burger, chicken sandwich, and BLT.
My bad,
Aside
y'all.
and
My
drinks
shit cut out. My fault.
Christine cooking now.
They're getting to it. They're getting to it right
Yeah,
now.
that shit getting spicy.
In which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire form? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, Ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is JAMELL Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sent a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What was the date of that?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license in this phone. In some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, JAMELL Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all detailed records and all of the mapping that was done and put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way up to the scene of the crime.
Damn, she cooking.
Yeah, I thought she did good too.
Yeah, she cooking. She cooking today. She cooking. Do your thing, Christine. Do your thing, girl.
Yeah, I'm not mad at her today.
Yeah, she got that shit in today, boy.
Did you hear about the guns? The
Yeah.
45 and then the Glock.
Man, that shit's crazy.
She was buying her felon son guns.
And then she said Track was going to cash out for
the
$1,000.
$1,000, right?
Yeah.
Track is
That
all
just
in
goes
this.
to show that she ain't about shit as a mama.
We see it now. I told y'all. She ain't shit. She complicit in all this shit, dog. What's going on with this guy?
Most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but
You're not calling the 9807 number.
yeah.
What did you say? Reported to be the defendant?
Yes.
We object to that. 9807.
Just the phone number.
Sure.
Can I just hold the phone?
Yes.
Please. All right, we're all set.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
So the supposed you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Melly, you're looking bad, dude.
Yeah, you look a little nervous today.
Yeah, he ain't smiling.
I was gonna say he ain't smiling today. The hair even look a little bit more rougher, don't it? It don't look as all.
It do.
It don't. Hey, look.
I'm
gonna say this. It's a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking and a little hindsight 2020 because we seeing what's going on. I don't know how true this is. I'm just gonna throw this out there. Do you think she left a lot of this shit out the opening statement so the defense wouldn't know where she was gonna go at with her case?
Everything has to be turned over. Everything has to be turned over to the defense, though, so they know what she's going to do.
Right. You're right. I just threw that out. I didn't too much know for a fact what I was saying was true. I don't know. It just seemed like she breaking a lot of this shit out that we thought that she should have said in the opening statement. She tying the gang shit in. She even snuck the beef between SAKCHASER and the mummy now by reading them text messages just then.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
So
although
she has to turn.
What you say, Chavo?
I said probably the angle she had to take, like taking it slow and shit. She just couldn't lay it all out there just like that. You feel what I'm saying?
There's so much in this case, though. Like, you don't want to overload them, but I mean, a lot of this stuff is boring, but it has to be brought in.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see what they doing here.
Chain addressed to Ynw Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction review?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple use of evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto and request that any individual exchange be authenticated. Foundation be laid.
Objection not total, it'll be admitted.
States triple U would be marked states number 68.
So Detective Fuller, when I go through this email and the attachments that are on it, one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the?
Hey, counsel, one second, please.
Sorry to disturb.
No.
Trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, you could read that aloud for the jury?
My computer's up. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
Ynw Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino.
Okay.
Street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them. None we could identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamon Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Devins. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No. We got a couple. Was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
Oh. So going through, continuing to this last, the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996, they took the S out for the B. Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head. He was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa last year, the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced. They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah. The Damu, or they call themselves Olas, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're blood, and then Ola, blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here? Don't do me like that.
And sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods have a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets. They just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9-5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9-5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
the 9807 phone number?
And between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine members that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc, Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch. Keith Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens. His name is Stretch. And Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9-5 Killer Shine blood set. Oh. So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you're talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation.
God damn it, what's going on here now?
Okay, so right here.
Oh, I know what's going on. I got the goddamn chat on.
Asking what you fall under and what response you're supposed to give. Then you have, you know, code and MBA. So if they just wrote, you know, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So the GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. Call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the laws, the original laws were written for the UPN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee, you're putting in work, that's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out, no backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
What did he say?
So made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? Because I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us, we bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't get, you don't have to put it in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything, they just brought you in, they brought you home. That's, you know, terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. And some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, you know, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11 that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted.
You see number 8 say no homo. You see it right now?
Yeah, that's what I said when you said no homosexuality or whatever.
Yeah, I see that. That's it.
Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
So keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your line, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the laws 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set
What?
code,
Yeah.
colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the game world is respect.
Yeah.
With every game, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And next thing it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most games have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim, and when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so the original founders of the UBN, OG Mac and Leonard and McKenzie, they created all these. Well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods. They then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that they've ever recovered have the dates are pretty consistent. So that these are things that you'll almost never get wrong unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize this stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you don't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was his first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. So very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it could be like a variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers, or the definitions to the codes is other codes. It's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if, big indictments come down and a lot of people, like a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex money murder got indicted. And I think it was a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation. We know they've completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
Okay. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
Yes.
This is so damning. This is so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Where did these emails, was this extracted from his phone?
I think they might have went to his email and got these motherfuckers, right?
Because like this is what like parts of their Bible thing. I mean,
yeah, it's a lot.
How the hell do you get around that? I mean,
I don't know. I'm gonna say this too.
If you ain't a gang, you have no business with that in your possession. Period.
Right, and on top of this, yeah, I'm with you, Mel.
You're holding back something, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say this. What you said. They need to ask about that 90 tattoo on his forehead. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, it stands out. Like I'm surprised his attorneys haven't brought him some concealer or something to cover that shit up.
Shit.
Because I even noticed that, and I'm not a gang person, but I mean, I like to watch a lot of those things on YouTube. You know, like a lot of the prison YouTube channels. Like I don't know, I like watching them.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. I ain't gonna say nothing, but they hit on a lot of little shit. If you caught on to it, it could connect a lot of dots. So I
believe it. I believe it.
I'm gonna just stay out of it. But yeah. Dang.
I mean, what I don't get, he didn't have that 90 tattoo until he got into jail, right?
That's right. That's right.
Why in the hell did he do that?
Because to show his loyalty. You know how they
Hey, Marita.
Murder trial for death penalty?
Hey, I just saw your email. I'm gonna email you some stuff. You see those text messages that came out, man? Jamie, boy, she dirty too, boy. I guess she brought Melly some guns and shit. Like, I guess when he got rid of that gun, with Track, he sent her a text like, "Hey, buy me a Glock now," and then Jamie sent him a text back like, "Hey, I got you a 45 and this, like all kind of shit." And then I'm gonna send you those maps that show like Track and Melly calling each other and showing them together, showing SAKCHASER and Melly at the crime scene together at 4:10 a.m. and then showing Melly calling Track at 12:10 the next day. And him and Track cell phone meeting up at the crime scene the next day around 12:21. Like they got it's 4 maps and it show like it's gonna show you like he's gonna show you like blue is gonna be SAKCHASER phone, red Melly phone, and then like yellow or something is gonna be Track phone, and then they got JUVY phone, and it's gonna basically show like where they map, where they phones and all was at certain locations and stuff.
Hey, what time was the funeral? Well, no, I'm sorry, never mind. Because the funeral was afterward.
I'll be right back, yeah.
All right. Who that is in the back? Oh, come on. I ain't seeing back now.
Damn
So that
email. This is bad.
yeah, this is
This
bad.
is really bad.
Yeah, it's a
It's
lot.
over with. It's
Yeah.
over with.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot here. It's a lot.
We got old people. Do you understand? We got old people on this jury. Half of them probably don't know shit about gangs, and this. I don't know how you get around this.
Yeah, it's a lot. Listen, and this is why I say this could have been a RICO case if they would have wanted to prosecute it, because you got the gang ties and you got the crimes going on involved in it. You get what I'm saying?
You know,
got the
I don't
murders.
understand why Jamie isn't charged with something. Well, no, she didn't pick him up, but
she could be charged with getting her felon son guns for sure.
So when he was charged as a kid, he was charged with a felony.
Yeah. He went to because that's shooting. Shooting at the shooting. With shooting. So, yeah, that's a felony. He went to a program.
If you go to jail, you do some time. It's a felony.
Yeah.
Your phone's messing.
Hey, somebody got a what's the name? I think that's B dash. Go ahead. Hold on.
Okay, see, I didn't know that, but still, like, she should be charged with something. Track definitely should be charged with something. Holy shit, he is so involved in this.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. This is weird. How come none of them ain't got charged? Like, he sent the money. He sent the money for the phone for the guns, and she definitely on there got text messages saying she gonna get him guns.
Then he took and hid the guns.
Right,
with him to hide the guns.
Right, and how old was he at the time? Like, I just want to know that. Like, how old was he? Was he a minor? Because that's a charge too.
Yeah, he was. Well, I think what was he? 19? Was 19 or 20?
I know he was a felon because when he went to that, he did a year in jail in the program. That you a felon, big dog. So you ain't supposed to have no goddamn guns.
Only thing I can think of, they have to call Track.
Oh yeah, he gonna test the stand, and I'm gonna tell you something too. Track gonna tell him to stand because he don't want to get deported. You feel me?
I thought he married someone.
Oh yeah. He might be anchored in now with the
well,
marriage.
he might be on a green card. If you're doing anything illegal, they will deport your ass.
Right.
If you're doing drugs or you're doing anything illegal and you get charged with something, yeah, your ass is grass.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot here. It's a lot to unpack. It's gonna be so many people talking about. It's a lot of angles that there's a lot of information that got disclosed today in court. Like I can see so many different angles with this. You get what I'm saying?
You have no idea how scared I was. I was so scared the judge was not going to let this in, and I'm thinking if the judge don't let this in, this case is. I don't know how she's going to be able to get around it because that phone is so freaking damning.
I was under the impression when I was listening to the judge, it seemed like no matter what the defense said, he was gonna let that goddamn phone.
Oh, he was sick. He was sick of the defense attorney. He was just trying to steamroll everything and just drag it out. The judge was getting frustrated. You could tell him by looking at his face.
Definitely. But yeah, it might be cooked today. Damn. Hey, you can even tell by the defense attorney, they ain't even saying shit. They in there being quiet as hell.
I mean, what can you say?
Right.
So what I think they're gonna do is probably not draw a whole lot of attention to it because it just makes it look worse.
Uh-huh.
So they'll just pretend like it didn't happen, but I mean it happened.
Uh-huh. Good afternoon, Miss Trinidad.
Yeah.
So I say, so M Rose say I agree, Melanie, and EBK Mark 916 said he love you, Melanie.
I love you too. I can't see the checksum on my phone.
Oh, he said, can he get the digits?
I'm married.
God damn. Damn, you got an admirer. I think Tanel probably taking getting some sleep.
Yeah.
Hey guys, hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button.
I can't. The other witness that's going to be good is that Detective Moretti. That one's going to be good too.
Yeah. Okay. Slick Puller say I just sent you some important information. Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it, Slick Puller. Give me a second.
Because he knows how to handle himself on the stand. He was great in the XXX Tentacion case. He was really good.
Oh, okay.
So he knows what he's doing.
Okay. Yeah, and I thought about this. I thought about this the other day when I say this, like she got a lot of evidence to win this case. All she got to do is hit once or twice, and it could sway this case. You know what I mean? And she hit today. She hit.
Oh, and don't forget, we got the medical examiner. That one's going to be super important. This gang stuff, and then the fact that he's got all these freaking tattoos all over his face. Holy shit!
And then Jamie, like I can believe her because I had already seen her character.
And how many moms do you think are on the jury?
A lot.
That are like absolutely appalled. I understand that she had him young. Shit happens. Like my mom had my brother when she was 16, so I understand that. But my mom didn't do no shit like that.
Right. She buying this boy guns and had the nerve to get in our chat talk about she a good mom buying your felon son guns. She was like, okay. She didn't even like say what you needed for son. Don't you got bodyguards? She didn't say none of that. She was like, okay. She was right with the shit.
What about the fact that he's being accused of murder and you're gonna go get him guns? Are you fucking kidding me?
Right. She here.
Barbara Duffy, the information was provided to
same day after the murder, like it's fine. Someone go get him a gun.
Yeah, because he had to dump his guns. We had to get new ones.
2022 and provide that information.
Yeah, that should be. She came. The prosecutor came with the business today. She got to finish strong. But some of them niggas lucky that they ain't got charged with accessory, bro. For real.
Say it again.
I said it's about 2 or 3 people, well, 2 for sure, that's kind of lucky they didn't get charged with accessory after the fact.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Like and that's why I say
because they was in Fulton County in Atlanta, boy, they would have got accessory for sure.
When I said they dropped the ball on this case, because they could have added a lot more pressure to a lot more people and got a lot more information, a lot more evidence. They could have definitely held track with a lot of this shit or accessory after the fact. They got these text messages. They listen. He hit his mom up, asked his mom to buy him some guns, and then the money from the guns is coming from track. That's
they didn't know track was that helped him clean up the crime scene. He got his phone, bro.
What manager's gonna do that? What manager's gonna do that?
If they got like a wink, if track got like a wink deal with the detective, like, hey, we not gonna prosecute you, but we need that phone.
Right.
Get that phone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know? Like,
now, if you were accused of murder and your manager gave up your phone that has all your fucking dirt in it, would you keep that person as your manager?
Huh?
Yeah, but you don't know what Track told Melly. Like, Melly was locked up, so you don't know Track could have told him anything how they got that phone, or that phone would have been in the lake, in the river. Right. If I was the manager, bro, it don't take nothing to get them contacts again, bro.
Exactly, bro.
That phone would have been in the river.
Exactly, bro. Because
just as much as the guns.
Because if the phone would have went in the river,
shot the phone up.
If the phone would have been in the river, then you couldn't have proved that he had the phone and all of that.
Yeah, wouldn't have had no case. Like, they was up and coming at the time, and he may not have wanted to lose some contacts, but
man, fuck them contacts.
Fuck
them contacts for real.
I just feel sorry for them boys, man. Like, I still want to know what the real motive was, and like what we were talking about earlier, like what was Borland had to get paid off like that day, bro, that night, or like
real soon afterwards. Real soon,
like a criminal right now, like
real soon afterwards.
Well, look what happened. He wasn't a rapper until after they were murdered.
But
so there's that.
Like, I'm not pulling up to no hospital with no dead bodies. I need
to check. Hell no, I ain't putting up with no dead bodies.
Hell no. You he couldn't have cashed out. It couldn't have been no wire transfer.
No. Track been paying everybody in cash. That's why they didn't charge him with tampering, because he had the money in an account, but
Like,
he
I'm
pulled it out
thinking like
cash.
a criminal right now. Like how Borland had to have gotten paid like that day, that night, bro.
It was soon afterwards. Bro,
you don't know anything can happen, bro. You got 2 dead bodies, bro. Your friends, like, and you know this man, like, what if they would have arrested Melly the next day?
Yeah.
Like, bro, something. I
There's
don't know.
no
It's
way he
something.
could pay.
I know how you can tell when he got paid. If you go, let's find out when he dropped them VDs, cause that's the first thing.
Yeah, yup. Cause I know, boy. After that, bro, what we were talking about earlier, bro. When you see Melly and them get them grills and goddamn, they started changing up. They goddamn putting blonde in their hair and hanging, bro. What was it when he started with Kanye? What was that like? That was around like January.
Somewhere up in there, yeah. It was after the voice had been deceased.
Because he got arrested February 13th. So, boy, them 2 months, there had to be some money coming in like that week, bro. I'm telling you. Or soon thereafter, not far after, bro. Because if you look at Sack Mom deposition, bro, like that has to be the motive, bro. Like that money was coming, bro. It had to be like a couple mil. Sack thought he was getting his 200. You know what I'm saying? And some, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if they had an argument in that car that night, bro.
They said it was. They said it was sleep, but we gonna wait to see what the medical examiner say. But they said it was sleep.
Yeah, I haven't heard, them verify that, but we gonna see when the medical examiner. I won't be surprised if they got into it that night in that car, bro, about that money shit, bro. And it could have been like spur of the moment. Maybe it was like spur of the moment type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Or he was waiting for an opportunity, and that was just the night. That was the opportunity. If they were sleeping, I mean, what a perfect opportunity. They can't defend themselves. They're sleeping.
We see this all the time, bro, with rap groups that first come into the game together, and it's one that outshine them all. The money, it's always the money, bro. It's always the money. Nothing's ever fair, bro.
Always, bro. Damn. Hit that like button, y'all. Please hit that like button. We got it's getting spicy in the courtroom today.
I mean, they are fighting.
And I'm gonna say this too. All of them days that they was winning, Christine took all them bitches back today. With her performance today.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's the dilemma that a defendant has in court. All they need to do is hit one time and they got your ass. You feel what I'm saying? You got to come, your attorneys have to mount a good defense for you every day you're in trial. But all that goddamn prosecutor got to do is hit you and get you one good time. And I'm just saying, I'm telling you, she would have got that Felicia Holmes statement in. They would have been way ahead.
The gang stuff and the guns and holy shit, like.
And like, man, bro, gallery is so packed. That picture I seen with like niggas like Whoa Vicky and all them in there. You can see Melly looking in like mouthing shit to people all day every time the camera, you know what I'm saying, go to him, bro. That's crazy.
He's been very cocky, but he hasn't been that cocky today.
Whoa Vicky. Yeah, I haven't seen it today, but I know yesterday when they showed like Whoa Vicky and the audience and stuff, that's crazy. I mean,
And let me tell you, man, you know how this shit goes. Some women like that kind of danger, man.
Yeah, I ain't know he used to him and Whoa Vicky used to mess around together. I was looking. I know Melly young, but I think that girl Mariah was like 16 in 2018.
And that's another. I was peeping that too. Her mama was just like, "Yeah, my daughter's been in a relationship with men." I was like, "Bitch, that's 16. Like, you already with the shit." Like, listen, man. I know people do shit at 16, but I ain't condoning that shit like that at 16 with my daughter.
Nah, hell no.
Not me.
Hell no.
That's how you can talk about that money, bro. How old is Melly?
about 20, 24. Somebody said nothing about 24.
24. So he was like 19, 20, and she was like 16.
Yeah, I ain't condone that shit with my daughter. No.
Hell no, you ain't finna be in the night and all
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, all of that shit there.
All that.
I ain't rocking like that.
That's
All these people, man. I told you, like Hillary Clinton say, they're a basket of deplorables. I'm telling you. Now all of that, now all of their but we already seen it, but their character's coming out now. I'm telling you, that shit coming out now. He was so smiling the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely different today. Like he had his head down and everything.
Yeah, he probably tired too. I know that shit draining, especially if they got him in the holding cell.
Yeah, I used to hate to go to court.
What? In them holding cell?
Early in the morning. I hate that shit.
Handcuffs, shackles on your feet.
Yeah, you get up early and fuck to go to court. I hate that shit. Bitch, leave me in my cell, bitch.
5:30, boy. Then you gotta go downstairs to the holding cell in the jail. Then you gotta get on the bus.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Then they switch you to another holding cell to the courtroom you going to.
Yeah.
I remember one time I went to court. I was the last motherfucker to see the judge. Which I think my lawyer said that was a good.
I was the last person to see the judge. One time I went to court and the motherfucker seen him. Man, I went to court one time and I wouldn't even
They ain't even call. I done been through that. I done been
mad as hell
too, bro. I done been through that when you go all day and then you go on all day. You can't eat lunch. You can't eat like, you know what I'm saying. You missing food. They pack you damn sack lunches and shit.
Man, I was so happy to get back to that goddamn cell. I promise,
bro. I don't know how it is now though. This was like 2009, bro. So
yeah.
I don't know how it is now, but bro, they used to pack us the little peanut butter. You get 3 sandwiches: peanut butter sandwich, bologna sandwich, and a nasty ass pimento cheese. I never ate that. They used to wrap that shit up in a sack. And that's all you ate. You ate breakfast in the back at the jail, but right after that, you going straight to court.
I used to hate that shit.
Boy, I never that like, boy, that ain't nothing to be proud of, boy. That shit is old news.
That shit ain't never. I'm talking about for real.
Yeah, but I was thinking like with Melly, like especially like yesterday when you know what I'm saying, when it was a delay. If he was sitting in that holding cell when court ain't started at 1:30, like he had to have been in the holding cell, bro. Unless like, I mean, it's just him. They might have like a bigger type holding cell, or maybe he in there with his attorney. He might be in there with his attorneys though. They probably got like a room he could be in with the attorneys though.
Getting me. Gotta be under that cold slab.
Yup. Hey, you remember that the little cold cell?
Trying to put your arms in your shit. Trying to put your arms inside your junk.
Put it on the vent. Motherfuckers do all type of shit, bro. Then you got every motherfucker that been in that holding cell tagging their name in that bitch.
Oh, y'all never put my name in that shit. That means you gonna come back to that bitch. I ain't put my name in nothing.
Never did that shit.
Well, yeah.
Are they back? Are they still?
I think they back. I don't know. Sometimes I wrap toilet paper on myself. I be in that bitch cold in the mother. I wrap myself with toilet paper, Bill.
Using the tissue as a damn pillow and all type of shit.
Yeah. Maybe what?
Jury entering.
That poor jury.
Yeah, here come the jury, so it's about to start back.
Yeah, I don't see him smiling now.
Yeah, his courtroom different though. You hear when they knock on the door, when the jury coming in, they knocking. And then and I guess Broward County different too, cause when them dudes on trial for X and the Parkland shooter, like they face like the way they set up, like usually you'll see the defendant like his back towards the gallery, like they facing like on the side or something.
Yes.
All right, I'm about to listen to the trial, bro. I'm about to mute up.
The initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's legal.
Rephrase your question, Counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game. Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they had within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they gave meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. Crown.
My name is McCall Griggs, and I work as the assistant director at Stepping Stones Preschool.
Don't do it, the call, whatever your name is.
This is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah, you need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of hanging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
No, number 1, physically. Physically, you want to read the type.
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the Ynw Melly booking email?
Objection meeting.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors, they come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means, why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, and black. Red, green, and brown.
Okay. Next page here, what is it titled?
meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be like the castle. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but you when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by the council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about that was previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah, wearing brown and with a white t-shirt underneath, untucked. So does it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of the email address that we had looked at previously, the one, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
That's typical with the gang name in general. Members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this. What is this titled?
The oath. That's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now this photo here. What is this illustrating? Make it a little bit bigger, I know.
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training and experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it's like a directive. Anytime things are going to change within the organization, usually we'll close the books. So no new members. They'll freeze everything. No movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write new members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books. Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the steps will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry,
Come on, man.
the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Abrahart. He was identified as a subject named Goon on the phone. I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
Ynw Melly looking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you reviewed.
Yes.
We're going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detective, do you recognize what's been labeled as state triple B?
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
this is a extraction report from the cell phone ending in 9807. Messages between that phone number and the contact state is GF stretch with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this really accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state triple B in and publish to the jury.
Same objection.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. You know, on its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection.
Stay.
Okay.
Here's your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
HURK is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other HURK. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is SCARI. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, if you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productible aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We're already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Going on to January 27th of 2019, is it the same use of the term beloved?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Fuller, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
yes,
why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get
sustained.
So, Detective Fuller, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. And you mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
Correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by a specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person. But the point is, you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through. Been marked as state W, which been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document contain accurately depicts 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously, Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, etc.
Objection.
Suggestion.
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that it cannot find.
Stay.
Does that accurately reflect conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
No. I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when it was deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would request to make states W in and publish to the jury.
I object to improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Objection overruled. Will be admitted.
States W.
States W are states 70.
So, Detective, I'm going to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit.
Reference the pages as you go.
Okay. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6. And this is a conversation that starts out with another named Cooley and the 977 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over to
What? So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit. This is just a digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with JAMELL Devins? Can you point out this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen of that, actually, because it's now in this.
Objection, Your Honor. The record reflect that the state pointed to the person to whom the state points.
Do you see the defendant JAMELL Devins in this photo?
Can I stand over?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
So east side sign, east side button.
You have to speak up. I'm sorry. Well, I'm talking to you.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
East side.
Those are both from page 6 of state 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon. All the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of state 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, Pucci?
The first
This
one?
one? Oh, Gino blocked me under love, and then took out the C and put it X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
450 is blood code. Later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mm-hmm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Mm-hmm. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him and says it down below. Just a few things the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So he's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you. And he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means greetings or responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine. Rise up and pop, and shine right, my shine, time to gold. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall for the set date?
September something. September 16th, 2018.
So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term, her.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807. So we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. Everything's good. He responds that everything's good. We'll find out.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Which one's that?
So Detective Polo, in terms of your training and experience in narcotics and gang investigation, what is a square?
A square is in reference to a kilogram of any type of narcotic that is sold in kilograms. It's shaped like a square.
Okay. So I want to talk now on page 21. On September 23rd, 2018, 6:25 p.m. Can you read those two text messages and then help to assist in the understanding of what they mean? 21.
So the guy I hit is who he moves through on that. He got the skills. The next one too?
Yes, please.
Bro, with that square, want to know what you want for a hook and a verse.
Okay. And can you explain what the Skittles in that message?
So that language has evolved with Skittles because right now Skittles are something completely different. Back then it was talking about ecstasy pills, MDMA pills. Was that ecstasy?
And in terms of looking in context, the message before that, on September 23rd, 2018, 6:23 p.m. What is a Z?
A Z is short for a zip. A zip is slang for an ounce. Call it that because a zip line.
Okay. So going on to page 22, there's a different phone number that's listed on there. Tell him to call. And what phone number is listed there?
954-376-9158.
Okay. The next message, if you could read that one on September 23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got got it. Yeah, I heard his name, image. He's very important. He's gonna give you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, they do Stretch, especially if they're not part of your lineup. You say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, and they can double check you and reach out to their contact South Carolina, make sure that Stretch is a real person.
Continuing on to September 25th, 2018. Another message from on page 23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the brick.
Okay.
Small like baby.
And the response?
Haven't heard from him this week.
So then moving on further down that page, on 10:08 p.m., what does Gino ask?
The number identified as Gino states, DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Bumble is the first.
Right now, sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it. So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF Godfather, gonna call you, take out the C, all of you today, make sure you're on point.
And the response was?
Everything's good. All vital.
So I want to go then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino the number identified as Gino ending in 4281 sends an image, and this is on page 24 for counsel. In terms of this message and thing, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
So it's a picture of another phone, taken with phone, contact name tall, person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's gonna have to hit him up today.
That's why I didn't hear that.
He's gonna have to hit him up today.
So then moving on to the DL line, that what?
Tell him he'll be expecting him.
Okay, and then the next response.
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
And the response?
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you.
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second?
My bad, y'all. I was on the phone with Spoon. I had stepped out for a second. Yeah, he going on DJ Academics today. He been listening to the trial all day though, y'all. So he up on what's been going on. He in good spirits. And it's a perfect day for him to go on DJ Academics. Cause boy, Melanie in there cooking. You can hear a rat piss on cotton in there today, like my stepdad used to say. Mm-hmm. And I fell down to my knees when the law came. It's on now, y'all. It's on now. Melanie cooking in there today. I don't know what time, but I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be probably about 6. I think it's gonna be live too. 6, 7, something like that. 5, 6, 7. I know he told me going on now. I was just on the phone with him. I was because I had texted him, but I didn't know if he had got my text, so I hit him up and he said he was working, but he was listening to the trial on his phone. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that he was telling me about when they went to bringing up the phone stuff. A lot of stuff was jogging his memory and stuff, and he was telling me about it. But yeah, boy, it's on now. Track is on a plane right now on the way to where Russell Simmons at. If I had to guess, Track, you better get on that plane, boy. You better get on that plane. You and Stank Feet Portland, boy. I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. That's the next play, Track. I told Stank Feet Portland what the play was long time ago. He ain't listened to me. I'm telling you what the play is now, Officer Francois. But then again, I'm gonna say this, y'all. As we listen to what's in that is in them text messages in that phone, again, it's leaning me towards that Track definitely got something going on with the popo, man. I mean, I ain't as gung ho on Track being an officer as some people is, but I'm gonna say this, dog. If it goddamn show looking like a duck, walking like a duck, quacking like a duck. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, boy, this guy he should have been involved. He should have been charged a long time ago. They got Melly asking his mama for guns. She's saying, I'm gonna get you the guns, and they got Track wiring her the money for the guns. That's a charge. That's a fucking charge. Like, how the fuck is this guy walking through these raindrops? I'm telling you, boy, I've been in here all day, just like Melly was in that interrogation room when them police stepped out. I've been fighting, shadow boxing. I've been shooting fake air people with my gun. I've been doing all that shit. Melanie been cooking in that bitch today. I'm talking about you ain't heard shit but Melanie today. This her day here. Look at the black dude. Look at the black dude. And hold on, y'all. Let's think about this. Track gave up this phone. Track the one gave up this phone. Track cooked Melly, dog. Track cooked the dog. Yeah. I know. And I fell down to my knees when the law came. He been laughing and smiling and all that shit. I know they ain't laughing and smiling no more. The turtle won the race, not the rabbit. Stank Feet Portland. Hey y'all, I want to send Portland some athlete foot powder. If y'all can get me his address, I'm gonna send Portland some athlete foot powder, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna address it to Spoon, Marita boy, and the chat. From Marita, Spoon, and the chat. And I'm gonna put long live Juvy, long live Sack. Hold on, what they talking about? Let's see what they talking about.
The jury is receiving this particular evidence in court that we see here.
Well, we know that attorneys, work with juries to get potential jurors struck to try to eliminate their biases, but we know that they all come with their biases, their own histories, preconceived notions, prejudices. So it's really going to depend on how they see this case, their own feelings about gang violence, for example, their own feelings about loyalty, about betrayal. So all this plays into it, and it's something that's definitely weighing on their minds.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I would imagine during the voir dire process, jury selection process, both attorneys, both sides really question these jurors about their preconceived notions about gangs or gang violence. And very important fact.
And that's why they say the case is won or lost in jury selection.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Akeisha, you know that jury selection is so important here. And let's talk about the jury in terms of this testimony. Gang testimony regarding gangs tends to be riveting at times for a jury because it's just an intriguing set of facts and to hear about. This feels a little dry. How do you think the prosecution could have improved, not to be Monday morning quarterbacking this, but improve the presentation that we see here?
I think they should have allowed the jury to just know that he was in a gang, period. I think the fact that they're now trying to explain this some more hurts them because the average juror, which is why we have an expert, right? The average juror doesn't know this about gangs. They just think that gangs are violent. They don't know that there are laws. They don't know that they're instructing you to love each other.
Well, they know now, motherfucker. Well, they know now, and I disagree with her. This shit was interesting like a motherfucker, cause I ain't know all this shit. Shit, me.
Introducing them to an element and an aspect that they aren't familiar with that undermines your case, and so I think that they have a problem here.
No, absolutely.
I do not agree with her.
Actually, in that clip was sort of like a code of conduct there, and it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything, it's saying love your brother, your fellow gang member. That's gonna.
No. I read the paperwork, right? I read when the detective was the gang detective was talking. What they're gonna do is it's a rule in Melly's gang that if you do not do something about somebody disrespecting you, you get violated. That is what they're gonna tie in. They're gonna make it like he had to do something to SAKCHASER for disrespecting him, disrespecting his mama, or he would get violated. That is in his gang rules. That the particular gang he in. I read that in the paperwork. That's what they tying in.
Acquittal in the making, and I'll tell you why really quickly. Jurors are serious about murder cases, more so than any other type of case. And they are not going to accept anything but the most ironclad type of evidence to send this young man to prison for the rest of his life to his death.
All right, thank you for joining me, Akeisha, Dr. Bover.
Sound like Crime Network is a bunch of Melly fans they motherfucking self. So I read the paperwork. I don't understand what the fuck they read. I'm telling you, I read the paperwork when they talk the gang officer. This is how they was trying to tie him into the gang so they could give him the death penalty because they need a mitigating factor in order to give him the death penalty. But it don't. I mean, regardless of what, it's either once you get convicted of this crime, he's going to be facing death or life in prison. That's the only other thing. When he get convicted and he goes to that second trial or whatever little trial, see if they're gonna give him death penalty. He is either death penalty or life in prison. So regardless of what, you know what I'm saying? But look, they even got a term for it. It's called eat food or be food or something like that. In the particular gang he in, I touched on it. They got too much shit going on in there, and I'm in here. I'm on Spoon side, and I'm for the Melly shit. I ain't trying to get all them other gang dudes and spread their business all across the internet and all that type of shit. You feel me? Oh no, you good? You good? Y'all can hear me? Can y'all hear me? I'm trying to see, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, eat or get 8. That's what it is. Some shit like that. Yeah. This shit real. This shit got real today. Score one for the winning team. For real. Score one for the winning team. Macho Camacho say, no matter what happens in the case, the man upstairs is going to sort it all out. Amen. Shout out to Macho Camacho. I actually went to school with Hector Camacho Jr. in Kissimmee, Florida. The one with the birthmark on his face. I went to Cypress Creek High School. I went to school with him. Yeah. Straight up. Shout out. R.I.P. Macho Camacho. I actually left Puerto Rico. They killed Macho Camacho in Puerto Rico. I had left Puerto Rico probably a month before he got killed in Puerto Rico. Let's see, I keep going in and out. Hold on, y'all. Let me go get my headphones. Y'all can hear me now? Do I sound better? Get in the chat. Let me know if I sound better. Do I sound better, y'all? Let me know. Okay, tenfold. But yeah, they trying to tie him. Listen, I'm telling you, I read the paperwork. I don't know if y'all heard me, so I'm gonna go back over it real quick. I read the paperwork where the gang detective was giving his deposition, and in his gang, in that particular gang he's in, they have a saying. That's why she's going over all the laws and all of that. I've been waiting on her to get to it. If you get disrespected by somebody and you don't do something about it, you could get violated in your own gang. So that's what I think. That's what I think they're doing with. That's where I think she's going with this. You know what I'm saying? And they even sent him a text message once he leveled up to the level of a Ascari. He got a congratulations message from the gang. You know what I'm saying? So and I fell down to my knee when the law came. Well, my boy Spoon go on motherfucking academic today. Ooh. I told him, I say, bro, this is the perfect day for you to go on there too, because what her name? Christine been in there cooking. You feel me? And he gonna be able to, enlighten a lot of people on stuff that they probably didn't know. So this is definitely gonna help get the word out. It's definitely gonna help change people's view of the case. Definitely. Oh, Ascari means officer in my language, Swahili. See what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Shout out to Winnie Sefi, my Kenyan sister. I think he's going on live. He told me it's gonna be live. He said he talked to him yesterday, posted it yesterday, but he told academic it's better to do it today. So yeah. Then we're gonna get my boy on Vlad. Yeah, hell yeah, it's going up. Shout out to Spoon, man. Long live Juvy, long live Sack. You know what I'm saying? I told y'all, man. Listen, I'm with y'all. It was looking queasy, like my Haitian ex-step, my Haitian ex-sister, like say, it looking queasy. It was looking queasy. But my God gonna show up and show out. For real, bro. He got to. You know why? Because he gotta let it be known he is real. And these type of people, they do not get away with this type of shit. For real. Queasy. Melly. Your ass ain't smiling another day, motherfucker, you. Let me read some of y'all. What's his name? Nikki said, yeah, because Track was saying he made $37 million off his clients. I know King Von on his masters. He definitely robbed Melly. Mostly not Von. Yeah, he robbed Melly. Yay, Rob Melly. They talked about that in the paperwork too when they was questioning Track. They said that Track had $501,000 in a account that him and his wife had control over. That's how Track been walking through the raindrops with paying these people off. He take the money out, he paid them cash. He don't do wire transfers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know what time he doing academics, Dream Dog. I could call him back. He told me the time, but I can't remember. I want to say 6, 7, maybe he even said 5. I'm not sure. I think it's because I just talked to him, so it's probably a little later than that. Probably about 6 or 7 or something like that. But he said it's gonna be live though. Mm-hmm. He said it's gonna be live. Mm-hmm. And you know one thing about academic, he gonna chop that video up and use that bitch on all 4, 5 of his platforms. So Spoon gonna be getting the message out. I'm just happy for the families, for Spoon. You know what I'm saying? Oh, cause they when they say Act Streams live 6 to 7ish. Okay. I can call him back and get the actual time or whatever. So yeah, man. And I wanna say shout out to y'all. Even though it's not over, I just want to say shout out to y'all for supporting him, for supporting me, for supporting what's right. You know what I mean? Like these are 2 brothers that lost their lives, man. And listen, man, don't think this can't be us in the same situation, even though some of us have had situations like this. I lost my brother in 96, you know what I'm saying, to murder. Have a lot of friends that have been murdered. But I'm gonna say this, and I know a lot of you guys probably had family members or friends or stuff like that that's been victim of gun violence and been victim of murders. So I'm saying, man, like when this stuff like this here happen, man, you know, I feel it's only right for us to stand up on what's right, because man, like this stuff, we tired of losing our family members, man. We tired of losing our loved ones to senseless acts of violence, man. For real, man. Straight up. Let me see. I'm trying to figure this out. Is it over? Is it over, y'all? It's over for the day? I think it's over for the day. It should be over for the day, right? Shout out to John Waldo. He said, I'm here from Atlanta. Shout out to Marita. Boy, I fuck with this channel. Florida, my second home, too. I love Florida. Appreciate that, John Waldo. For real. I think it's over, y'all. I think it's over for the day. I'm going to drop the link, man. Who want to come up? Who want to come up and say a few things? You know, I got to get out of here in about 30 minutes. But I'm going to drop the link so y'all can share y'all thoughts, man. Who want to come up and share their thoughts about the day? I feel like it's only right for some of you guys to come up and share your opinions with the world, you know. Shout out to Jacksonville. Boy, you know then, Miss Shields. You know. There go my girl. Hey, Dream Dog.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? How you feel about today?
I feel real good about today. I'm smiling. I feel good today. This how I want to feel from day one, but it's cool. Better late than never.
Right. Amen. For real. It was a lot today. It was a lot to unpack, man. But she definitely won today.
Oh yeah. Today, I feel like for sure the prosecution won, no questions asked. It's beautiful. Absolutely. I'm so happy. With just what I saw, and then the clips I've been seeing, them saying some dude came up in there in a mask saying like they had a hit out on him and shit like that, and just they painting a good picture that Melly's a bad guy and all of that today. And you know, I feel was real cohesive today. Everything was really good. Everything looked really, really good today. And Melly looked really, really worried today, finally.
Yeah.
So I'm
Am I up here?
I'm trying to bring you up, Winnie, but for some reason it won't let me bring you up. Oh no. Go ahead. Oh, my bad. Oh, Jason, follow Christ. Say I live in Sarasota and Bradenton for a little bit. Yeah, look, I've been through there. I actually went to jail in Sarasota. I was out there doing some crimes in Sarasota. Hell yeah. I've been in Sarasota quite a few times. Had a buddy named Robert that lived down there. God bless him there. He did too. Damn. I don't know why it won't let me bring you up, Winnie. Go ahead, Dream Dog. My bad.
Oh, y'all good shit. I just pulled up to this good old Dollar Tree. I gotta bounce up off me, get up in this stove.
Yeah.
But I'll be back. If you about to get off or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off in a little bit. I'm gonna go on to work in a little bit. I don't know. I might. It depends. I might stay on a little bit longer. And I be getting off so I have enough time to get to work. But I really be having like an hour and 30 minutes to get to work because I'm gonna be work till like 7. So, but I don't know. I might get off or I might stay on. It depends. I'll probably stay on.
All right, if you're still on when I get back, I'll pop back up here. But for sure tonight,
Right.
when you pop back up.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I might be in if I get back in time.
Okay. I wonder what the
Y'all have.
You have a good day too. I wonder what's going on. It won't let me pull Winnie up. It won't let me pull her up. I don't know what's going on. Let me go back in this house. I was sitting outside for a little bit. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, there you go, Winnie. Hey, Winnie. Let me keep clicking. Oh, I guess that's how many times I pressed on it. Let me hit Willie up. Okay, here you go, Winnie.
Oh, okay, that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I had to get closer to the internet box or something.
Oh, okay. It was a connection issue or something.
Yeah, I think so. What's up, y'all? How y'all feel about today? Bully, what's good?
What's good, man? I missed out on a lot of it, man. What they want them doing today?
Boy, you missed out on everything, boy. Christine was
They
cooking.
switched it up today.
Christine was cooking in that bitch today. So they got the cell phone in. There was a lot of crazy shit in that cell phone. The nigga was sending dick pics. They was trying to authenticate whether that was his phone or not. They went through so much stuff to authenticate the phone, and they was using stuff out the phone to authenticate that it was his phone. He was talking to his mama on the phone, calling her mom. They had correspondence between him and her. They even had at one point he asked her to get him some guns. She said she would. They was waiting for a track to send the money for the guns. Like she was, the mom was like, hell yeah, I got you. You know what I mean? She wasn't even like, nah.
What happened to the dick pics? Like, whose dick pics was like? Were they trying to say that was sex or like?
Nah. Melly was actually sending. Yeah, probably sending his girl or sending other people.
Oh, okay.
Other girls.
I read too much into that.
And
hold on, they showed that shit in court, man.
I ain't see the dick pic, but I know the lady, Christine Show said it. She said
they have to. I mean, they'll show like a JPEG, like a still picture, but they won't like. Depends. Sometimes they will show all that. They'll just not show the cameras that's live streaming.
He even texted his ID and shit from the phone. So the judge was like, yeah.
I saw that part.
The judge was
Jamie
like,
is a crash dummy herself. How you do that to your son? Like literally, go get him a dog. Go get him this. Set up like there's something that's not clicking for me. As in why Jamie had so much pull. Like her and Track. Did they have something going on? Like what was the plan? What was the end game of like putting? I don't know. Something seems like Jamie had a really big part in it. Oh.
She definitely complicit in the shit, bro. I'm telling you, she did not deter this boy at all. She was pretty much like, it was like he was the parent and she was a child. Like whatever he was,
And I feel
down with.
also like Melly was not like the type, like that gang shit. He only did it because it was something that's going on in neighborhood protection, stuff like that. So she knew what being in a gang come with. So she was trying to like help him take those steps. But if you're not in a gang yourself and you like both of y'all could be in danger, shit like that. So she was just trying to like run his life in the streets too much. Like it's crazy. That shit crazy.
Yeah, it was true. It was, hey, but the judge let all that shit in. Even the black dude, he went up there and tried to argue that it wasn't his phone. The judge was like, yeah, whatever. We letting this shit in. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, so from this point on, everything that's on that phone is pretty much,
Oh yeah, what Tavares said. Don't forget that she had live about SAC. She had a live about SAC. Yeah, we seen that on IG. Yeah. But that's what I said, Marita. It's kind of hard being on your platform because I've been here for years. So when I see shit, I'm like, Marita already told us this. Like, I already know this from Marita. Like, it'd be so like, I don't know. Like, I followed you for almost 3 years now. Like, since you had your first, like when you were posting and you were talking about everything. So
Yeah.
now it's like, man, Marita told us about this. Didn't Marita tell me about that? Like, I keep going back to your page. I'm like, I remember this from your video. Like, a lot of this stuff is like, whoa.
That's why I say like you guys on this platform, y'all know more than the average person about this case. You know
It's
what I mean?
one thing to know a lot, but to know things that is actual factual shit. Like your stuff came out to be like so on point. Like wow.
Yeah. I look. I take pride in giving out good information, man. Like if you don't got,
And you used to say that. I'm from, I'm not telling y'all just anything. I won't come on this platform just tell y'all anything. This is very, I get this from insiders. You used to always tell us that, like, you get it from credible people close to the case before you introduce Spoon to us.
Right.
Like that's yeah.
Hey, Bully and Spoon and hold on, man. I'm reading this. French, you crazy, bro. Hey, I'm reading your chat in the back. Hey, look, but and Spoon going on academic today too, Bully.
Oh yeah, that's a big look right there, man. Tell him make sure you plug his YouTube channel on them.
Yeah, man.
I have to be acting funny about that too, because free promo and getting like, but he will. I think he will if he talks about it like by himself. He actually says it, but that's a big thing. Like I know Jamie ass gonna itch this whole week seeing Spoon up there. Oh my gosh, she gonna be sick. She gonna be like, this man. I've been trying to keep him on the side. Yeah, her she gonna go bald and all that. Like she's tripping.
And
the truth is always gonna prevail at the end of the day. Everything done in the dark will come to light, no matter how much you hide it.
We smoking on that Melly pack tonight.
Oh, it's funny you said I'm rolling up this pack right now. My birthday's on Sunday.
Oh, that's my son's birthday. You on the 25th?
25th? Oh, for real? Yep.
Yeah, my son's birthday. Flyboy Michael Fo, he'll moderate it whenever he bring his ass
on
there.
He be on here. I be seeing him. Okay.
Yeah, his birthday the 25th. Yeah.
That's what's up.
Hey, boy, it was a good day today, boy. I'm talking about, listen, you could hear a rat piss on cotton in there, boy. Christine was in that bed cooking. I'm talking about she was cooking, boy.
He wasn't doing all that damn smirking and shit today, huh?
Boy, it looked like his hair looked like it was a little bit more frizzy and all type of shit in there. He was looking weird in there today. Yeah, he wasn't no smirking today.
And do you think that was her strategy to, like I said before, to start slow and like I know people said earlier, the lady be on there said like everything's already presented as evidence, so but you could strategize the angles that you take. Like she could let the lawyer, Melly's lawyer, to think he's in the lead with the shit he's talking so fast and bringing everything out. But she was like, let me play this back. Let me bring wait till the second, third day. And she really moved, like her angles are nice. Her strategy is good.
Hey, French, what up? French. Kyle, I know you. Oh, he muted. Go ahead, French. Oh, he muted up himself because he chatting in the back, but he ain't. I really.
Yeah, I see his messages. He ain't talking though.
Yeah, he talking. He chatting in the back.
Yeah, I see the message in the back.
Yeah, he crazy, bro. He crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, French, I'm saying you don't want to vocally speak out to say what you want to say. You know what I mean? Like you might would have stayed in the chat then. I had a bully.
No, the YouTube chat, it like censors me out for some reason. I'm damn censored.
Oh, all right. Well, look, what you were saying, go ahead and share your thoughts, man, because I'm listening to
the part about the wolf pussy?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
No, I heard Spoon, the one who said it, he said she got in his car with that wolf pussy and those pink panties and something. That shit killed me.
We're
Yeah,
sliding. The way Spoon is going about Juvie right now, I know his son is so proud. Like the way
that's
he's
what
stepping behind his son. This is
man.
better than sliding. This is better than doing none of that dumb stuff. Like it was really like making his son proud. Like this is
Right.
amazing to see. And you know, they assume like most black kids don't have their fathers in their lives and they wouldn't do no shit. Like this is amazing to see. Like honestly.
I'm so goddamn tired of this nigga. No, I'm just, go ahead, y'all. I'm just talking about this motherfucker.
I was about to say it ain't PJ again, is it?
Yeah, it's him.
Oh my God, wait,
Oh,
bro.
where he at?
I just blocked him again. You know he'll come back about
Let
10,
him be.
10
We gotta
minutes.
let
Yeah,
him be free.
we
Because
gonna
when
have
you let him up
to
in the chat, he know how to act. When you let him up here last time Sunil was up here, he was talking like he had some sense. Actually, it was Spoon's
right.
chat, I believe.
Every time
He
he
had
get
some
off, he
sense
get
when he
that
come up
crazy.
here. He's just in a, you know, he's just typing because he got fingers. Like let him do him. Like
He like
he's
a
not doing
kid. He like a kid that you take his toy away from him, huh?
Yeah, he wants attention, and you know, it's
Yeah.
not that much attention in the world.
Professional troll. We might have to go and goddamn ban his goddamn page. Goddamn
Right.
report that motherfucker.
I reported his ass yesterday.
Well, it's gonna take
He
more
got
than one.
like 10
Goddamn, we
pages.
might
He's
have
about
to
to be back in 10 minutes. He got like
all
so
our
many
powers
pages.
might have to combine, bro.
Oh, I'm finna
Goddamn.
say that you. I ain't know YouTube let you get away with all this shit here.
He got different email addresses probably. Because
God
usually if it
damn.
comes from the same email, they will strike it. But like, I mean, you can have many pages though.
But yeah, it was a good day. It was a great day enough for the families and the victims and the state and the other day. I'm telling you, what else came in there? What else? What else? Oh, they the gang shit. They went to reading all his text messages and shit from the gangs members, and he actually got a text
And that
when he
oh
leveled up. When he leveled up, like a congratulations. So they
oh yeah,
tried
when they called him Askari, yeah,
to
that's a
Scary, yeah.
general. Yeah, so it's like that's why his lawyer didn't want that undercover dude right there, the gang member, gang whatever police. He
Yeah,
knows a lot, and he's gonna say just like a gang member would. You
yeah.
know, if you were part of a gang unit, you learn everything about a gang. You are undercover with gang members, so you're just like a gang member. Everything you say is gonna be credible. They didn't want him there for that reason.
They they had a gang guy in the other day. He had a mask on. He couldn't show his face or whatever. I guess because he's like an undercover type of dude.
Yeah, he undercover in gangs, so it's like, and the fact that that lawyer thought that saying because he has a mask on, that's not credible. Undercovers do that a lot. Like when
Right,
they come to come to like court, even not Melly's case, I've seen this numerous times. They will cover their face, and they're covered by the law to do that because they still work. They're still actually doing
right.
their job.
And
Why would they show their face?
when I tell you that gang dude knew a lot of shit too, man,
Yup.
he knew a lot of shit, boy.
Oh yeah, I bet Melly Jaws dropped me in, boy. That nigga.
Mhm.
Bro, that man had the whole code of what they be saying, all the laws, all the rules, the slang. They
He know how
got
to
their own
stack. He know how to
language.
throw his fingers and stack. He knows all that because sometimes he has to go infiltrate in gangs and pretend like he's a
Yeah,
member.
he
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 can't talk with
posing
his
as a
life
high
on him right
ranking
now.
member somewhere.
He was the best witness.
Yeah,
He was the best witness for the state so far to me, wasn't
so far.
he? Yeah. Mhm.
That's crazy. Like, and he probably has to like. He probably came from like the West. Well, I don't want to say the West Coast. So I don't want to say where he came from, but these people are usually actually active, even though they're police. They're active in gangs currently.
Ma-
So,
Matter
and
of
he had
fact,
said they had put money on his body. I mean, on his head. So what the fuck? Why would he show his face if he already had
right.
50 on his head? That's crazy.
I don't see how track ain't charged though. I just don't see how. Let me see. I'm finna go live real quick. I'm finna show you what the real lawyer's saying. I ain't seen it yet, but I'm finna see what he's saying. Cause I see he live right now. The lawyer you know or the real lawyer, whatever his name is.
The YouTube lawyer.
Yeah. I was gonna play back. I was gonna play back the little clip about the text messages and shit. I
I
didn't
like the
try to.
Cut Boys, and there's this dude who came out. You know Al Prophet? That's on
Yeah.
YouTube. He did
I
one with Melly, and I like the Cut Boys too.
okay, so here it go. I seen Al Prophet saying something about the horizontal mumbo. Y'all ain't see that, did you?
No, Al
Yeah.
Prophet is
Yeah,
so
I
on
seen that.
point.
Yeah,
Like
he
he's
said
like
Cause
he got.
yeah,
he
Listen,
say
he's
was
getting all his info from you. I swear he is.
listen, yeah.
he make a lot of good documentary.
Yeah. See, there you go. He says pretty.
He says,
Hold on, let me back up real quick.
him a Glock ASAP and telling her like.
Hold on. Kapula, you need to hit
phone
it.
numbers to show that the phone or prove that the phone is Melly's. Now, is this much necessary? I don't know, but the defense is absolutely objecting to this and saying it's not his. But they've kind of conceded at this point in these arguments that at least Melly does use the phone. It is not exclusively his to use and not exclusively in his control. A lot of other people use it, so it doesn't necessarily prove he is where the phone is at any given time. But, oh, that's interesting. That's the same guy that testified in the Peterson case with the mask on. I didn't even put that together. Interesting. Interesting. So let's listen to the prosecutor read these texts. Listen to the defense attorney's objection and what he says about the prosecutor, and you tell me, is this necessary? Do you think this is relevant or admissible going to come in, or is she doing this for the cameras? He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40. And we know, at least we heard, there are certain shell casings that would match a Glock 40 that we're going to be hearing about. So if this comes out, I do think it is pretty damning. 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proper what she had.
so he objects and says, Judge, is she going to read the whole phone? This doesn't even answer the question that we're asking. So she's just doing this for the camera.
This is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
Continuing on, there's been discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. So again, nobody's threatening him. So how does this connect to a drive-by? It's tough. See some more gifted memberships out there from our generous members. So now I'm going to jump ahead about 5 minutes. Like I said, bear with me as I jump here because it's a little bit more difficult. I'm going to go to where the judge talks to the juror who had an issue with this undercover officer wearing a mask.
Conversations, which appear to be also the state provided a.
Here we go.
Two messages.
By the way, the volume is not the best because the juror doesn't have a mic, but we can hear what they say.
During the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him?
She doesn't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we don't get to see him?
Two messages.
I mean, listen, anybody in the chat, okay? No, this is not a COVID mask. This is like a mask that covers his entire face except for his eyes. Kind of like a robber mask. But question for you guys. Fair was the question. I don't know if John is online. If you're there, John, create a poll. Is it fair for the undercover gang expert to wear a mask while he testifies?
Hell yes, fair. We undercover. What the fuck?
Of course.
The fuck?
He testifies he's actively undercover, threats against him, $50,000. So is it fair that he protects his identity to continue working to try to stop gangs? Or is it fair for the juror to question and say, no, that's not fair. I got to be able to see your eyes, or I got to be able to see your face? Because I've got some thoughts on it. So hopefully we get that poll posted. Let me know if the poll gets posted.
Was I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and having an anxiety.
So additionally, she said her anxiety is triggered. Okay, the poll is live, John said. her anxiety is triggered because she saw a robbery when she was younger, and I believe that that is, again, connected to the mask, because if it's connected to like guns or violence or drive-bys or shootings, she should not be on this jury. And the defense said she already passed all those hurdles, so it can't be that. It's got to be about the mask.
What? So that was a jury saying that? Or jury?
That's-
I guess my concern is, are you able to
I don't even understand why the jury would want to see who the fuck he is. You listen, you know he's a police. They got him up there. They told you a police. Why would you want to see him? The only thing that he could accomplish by taking off the mask is let some of them thugs that's in there for Melly them know who the fuck he is.
Yeah, she's like that juror sounds like a
that gotta
mole.
be the juror. That's the one
Yeah,
that
the
was
juror
at the
sounds
damn
like a
hospital.
mole.
That's the one that what?
You
What
said that's
say,
the one that
brother?
went to the hospital?
I said that's the one that was at that damn hospital playing sick. They got
Probably.
paid out here.
Probably.
So it seems like one of them is like a mole or has already picked their side. Like
I'm
it's weird.
telling you, sound like it.
By the way, I meant to relate it back to a case that I had one time where it was an undercover FBI agent in federal court, and he not only had a hat, a mask, and something covering his face,
Sometimes they
but
change
also
the
had
voice.
the screen around him, so nobody could see him except for the jury. They tried to say including us, but then we as the defense attorneys, me and my dad, were able to see him. So that was a pretty wild run there. Tori, it's crazy the world we live in that we have to have a gang expert. When I was a kid, all we needed to remember was to say nope to dope and how I could prevent forest fires. I mean, gangs have been around a long time. They just, they're ever changing, right? And the mob was bad back in the day, controlling streets. They still are. Cartels, things like that. Brian, the state chose this guy as an expert. They had to have known he was still working undercover, and he knew he would have to testify in open court. Total BS. He gets to wear a mask. Okay, this is fair, but I'm glad this is up while the poll is live because I do want to hear.
Who cares about the mask?
Here's what I will say. He did say he was the only gang expert in the Broward Sheriff's Office. There are others in the state. And as you saw from the judge, we may disagree sometimes, right? We in the chat, me, myself, the defense, but the judge is going to make the call. So the state chose him and the judge made the call to allow it. So technically at this point, legally, the state is right and they did something that was well within their right. Now, that doesn't mean we have to agree with it. Throw up the poll results, John, or give me the poll results here. Heather, how long till the defense gets to call witnesses? Until the prosecution's done with their case, and I got to be honest with you, it has to be going slower than they expected. This case is moving at a snail's pace. You're the man, Peter. Thank you. Anytime, Alfred. And Heather is a new member. Let's listen to more of this exchange between the judge and the juror.
It's shocking.
It is shocking to her that he's wearing a mask.
What? I'm saying, y'all, am I missing something? I don't understand.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like they're playing a game here. We all know if you're undercover, like even doesn't have to be Melly's case, whatever. Like undercovers don't show their face when they're tested.
Like, why would they care?
Their job is to stay undercover.
What is seeing his face gonna do for y'all?
But I feel like that juror maybe has PTSD, like somebody said in the comment. If you have PTSD, been robbed before, whatever, that can come like give you anxiety when you see somebody in a mask again. I get it. But they could have ways where she can go in the back where just not see him and she can wear headphones to hear what's going on in the courtroom.
But this guy's I guess she got PTSD, but this guy is a police lady. You is in a courtroom surrounded by safe police, bailiffs.
Exactly.
What the hell is you talking about? Like, I don't understand why they want to see this guy's face. I really don't.
This one, I kind of lean in favor of yes.
What are you saying?
All right. And the judge allows him to continue to testify with the mask on. Whitsitt gets it. He was walking around court without a mask on. I agree. That's the biggest problem for me. So 63% say yes, he should be able to wear the mask. 37% say no. I actually think on this one, I kind of lean in favor of yes. That he should be allowed to wear it. But I totally understand the argument from the other side. And I kind of feel, 63-37 is kind of how I'm feeling about it. Shay said, why do you keep associating the drive-by with Melly when his co-defendant made the statement? Defense's position is Melly wasn't present. Okay, what I'm saying is the state's position is that Melly and the co-defendant potentially staged the drive-by. I'm not saying Melly said there was a drive-by. I'm not saying anything. I'm just talking about the arguments and things we've heard in court that there was this fake stage drive-by. I'm associating with Melly because he's the one sitting in the defendant's chair in this trial. So if there was a drive-by, then it wasn't Melly. If there wasn't a drive-by, I think that helps the state in their attempt to prove it was Melly. So if I said that Melly said that, I apologize. We have not heard that evidence yet. Ice Cream. What about the voice? Will that be changed too? No, it does not seem like the voice has changed, which is, again, a little wild to me. It is a little wild to me.
They're saying the voice of who changed, like the officer?
On the stream. I would have.
Yeah, the officer. Hey, Bully. Bully.
Yo.
Do you understand why they want this guy not to have a mask on?
Nah, I feel like it's some inside shit. They gotta be to me, that's some inside shit to where you trying to get blow his spot so they could probably, who knows what they want to do to that guy. But if he gets seen on that live, then how big this case is, dude bound to get killed. If he
Right.
his own work,
Yeah.
he would have to get put off whatever case he's working to even be safe.
Exactly.
I don't know.
And also, he
I
had
don't know what
already
they trying
said
to
that
do.
he already got arrested, that they put money on his head. That's the reason why he put on that mask. He could have came anyhow he wanted. But once they threatening you, that's over. Like, I don't even think he would have came without the mask, regardless of his job.
That shit don't make no sense.
He got to be posed as a high-ranking gang member, undercover. So
Mm-hmm.
he got to wear a mask.
Yeah.
You know that much. The further you go up, the more knowledge you obtain. That's how
Right.
you can tell a low-ranking from a high-ranking gang member. That's any organization. That's any gang.
Right.
So
Yeah, he's pretty much a gang member himself. He knows so much knowledge. He knows the words. He knows the terminology. He knows everything.
You know a lot of shit.
He's been probably doing this for years. That's what I'm saying. He's considered a gang member because he knows already as much as they do. And he probably infiltrates himself in, gang members, crews and shit. So he can be seen. Like that was absurd of them to even ask that. Like that's crazy.
Person that runs the academy, I have to look at his bio. I don't know exactly what his experience was.
The point of what defense is doing here is showing that this is kind of like not junk science because it's not science, but it's like he's an expert, but he's like a self-proclaimed expert. He's not an expert in the same way that a doctor who goes to medical school and performs surgeries and is a medical examiner for 30 years is an expert. This is a very different expert. And I've literally dealt with this and we've done Daubert hearings, which in Florida is how you can challenge experts. And I got at one time in federal court, and this terrorist expert that I was cross-examining in one of my dad's cases in a Daubert hearing, I got his entire report thrown out because he said the peer review of his determinations on his books that he wrote and articles that he wrote was when he was in college, which does not meet the standard for peer review. So they do the state does try to come up with these, so-called experts that are very different than most experts you would think of in cases. Not to say this guy is one, but it does happen.
But usually organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching the gangs. I know in Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the gang detectives in the city of Florida. Give instructions and credentials. I don't recall the exact credentials. Okay. And they were they gang members? So it was some other people who profess to have expertise then conferring certification upon you. They're putting through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to send us the multiple choice tests, there's written exams, there's videos, there's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course. Okay, 8 weeks? 8 weeks. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time? Some of the interviews are gang members in custody.
So like gang members are teaching him about gang culture to try to get good time served, basically, and lessen their sentence.
Yep.
Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time. Not all of them are trying to work off their time. The gang members that are in custody. Yes, sir. Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time? Some. Okay, let's start with that. And subject I don't want to talk. We're not based upon stuff like their facial expressions. Then I need to be question about their affiliation or about someone associated with this. Thing is, your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview. Right? Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue on. And I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
All right, so you kind of get the gist. I missed the part I wanted to do because, again, I can't do these specific timestamps while it's still running live. But GM said this witness watched Boys in the Hood 250 times, considered a gang expert. Literally, the defense expert or the defense attorney got out during his questioning. And why the defense attorney is questioning right now is you can voir dire an expert witness to attack his expertise in front of the jury. And so the state offered him as a gang expert. The defense gets to get up and talk about why he's not a gang expert. Even if you lose, like they did in this case, where the judge allows him to testify as a gang expert, the defense can still plant the seed of doubt in the jurors' minds, especially that juror that's like, I don't like that he's masked up. I don't think it's fair he can look at me and I can't look at him. So, yeah, John, send me that. Email it to me. So that's exactly what the defense is doing here. And the part that I didn't get to play in front of you that did happen today is the defense attorney was like, you even got some of your expertise from watching YouTube videos, right? And he kind of quibbled with him a little bit. And then he was like, yeah, I watched some gang members on YouTube and whatever. It's like, they don't even have to be real gang members on YouTube, right? They could just say I could say I was in a gang and tell you what gang signs mean and whatever, right? So literally, I think there's some pretty good arguments as far as whether or not this guy's expertise is legit. Yeah, it's not working. I can't like open them up. All right, John, can you just get on your computer and share them? John sent a couple pictures of this guy with the mask on so you can see exactly what the mask looks like. Sonia, Peter, if this gang expert is relevant, shouldn't he be an expert in the gang that Melly is alleged to be a member of? Do you think he was a strong witness? I don't think he's been a bad witness, but they are kind of generalized experts. They're not just experts on one gang, because sometimes they have to discuss how the gangs interact. And as we get through his testimony, a lot of it is gang culture, gang verbiage, gang signs, gang colors, gang hierarchy, chain of command, loyalty, how you move up, loyalty to the boss, basically, and how Melly exhibited these signs and colors and in text messages said things that definitely show he's in a gang. And I think he kind of did a good job as far as that goes to show that to this jury, maybe he was in a gang. And here is here's the picture of him with the mask on. So that's what he's like. Again, you can glean a lot from that, in my opinion. Clever. So watching you doesn't make some of us lawyer experts. I feel like you're joking, but like that's kind of what it sounds like, right? It's kind of what it sounds like. It's like I watched a lawyer on YouTube, therefore I'm a lawyer expert. Like, no, that's not really how it works. I can't be a medical examiner because I've watched medical examiners on YouTube. That's just blatantly not how it works. Susan LeBlanc. So I am confused. Does he use a phony name? People will know who he is by his name. Yes, he uses a phony name. And again, people are trying to figure out what his name is, who he is, where he lives. There's a bounty of $50,000 on his head. I don't want to downplay that or joke about that. That's very serious, and that's why I would lean towards yes. Let's just go and take it down. I want this guy to stay protected. I want him to keep doing his job. I don't want anything to happen to him or his family or anything, because he's doing as much as he can to help clean up the streets. Oh, I forgot. Yes, I do need to wrap this up by 5:40 to get to the Ocean Gate case. So here, final thoughts about what he's testifying about. Right now, he is trying to connect Melly to the gang. Why that's important is because that's the state's theory, and that's what they're trying to go to as motive. Wits it, gets it. It doesn't even work to establish motive, in my opinion, because gang initiation does not require you to kill your own gang members. It just to taint Melly. Boom. I agree. They're trying to connect it to motive, but they're not saying that they are. And it's clear because the defense is still saying they have no motive. They have no argument for motive. And if they have no argument for motive, then what does this gang stuff actually prove? They're trying to prove Melly's a bad guy or a dangerous guy or he had a Glock 40. How many people have Glock 40s? So I agree. I do think it's kind of potentially irrelevant. It doesn't show motive. And if it's not showing motive, what exactly is it showing here? And so that's kind of the issue that I have is what are we really proving with this gang expert? So there's going to be more from him. I'm really interested on Cross for them to show exactly how this is connected to this case. But I'm going to sign off from this live because I want you to jump on and check out our video on Ocean Gate because it's kind of new and different. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I am going to be on News Nation tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern with Dan Abrams if you want to check that out. I know people have their feelings about News Nation, but we're talking about liability and stuff about this Ocean Gate case. So if you want to check me out on there, join us. If not, that's cool too. But hit the like button on the way out and make sure you subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Appreciate you all being here. That's all I got. Thanks for watching another episode of The Lawyer You Know. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit the thumbs up and share with your friends who may be interested here on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe.
Let's see.
You can also follow.
I want to play one more thing for y'all. That shit was. So I was just trying to break it down for those who might not have caught it, so they'll be kind of caught up on the information. Let me see. Videos. So they'll be caught up on it.
Recordings just.
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate Gary's help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her
Okay.
argument, and you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, SAKCHASER, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not SAK that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And then,
Hold on a second.
sure.
you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That JAMELL Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide.
It's a brand new day.
Marita.
Don't get in the way.
Yeah.
Who hasn't looked up at the stars at night and wondered, are we alone? Or marveled at the metamorphosis of a butterfly?
Oh.
In which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you've honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says,
Is that the murder weapon?
His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire poem? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proper of what she anticipated, what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's been discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just
Oh, thanks,
listen.
Danielle. I didn't know that.
This is
Wow.
clear proof and evidence that this is JAMELL Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license from his phone. In some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, JAMELL Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all detailed records and all of the mapping that was done within yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mhm.
Are we still on here?
Yeah, I'm still on here.
So I didn't know that Tanil just put me on like that was the actual weapon was a I think 45 or 40.
40,
Yeah.
40, yeah.
Wow. So that's a big point right there to allow this evidence, because this is evidence points literally just to him and his mom. I mean them, like literally.
What if his mama bought the actual murder weapon for him? That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who does that? And why would you put, man, that's wild as, and tracks sending the money, it's a triangle. This was
Yeah.
planned. Nobody could tell me nothing else. Planned, calculated, and everything. Like, no, absolutely not.
It's crazy.
Like, when I was, like, even as a street person, you don't even put your parents, like, that deep into your business where they're buying you dogs and stuff like that.
Definitely
My mother
don't.
didn't find out about my shit till I got indicted and they didn't knock on my door. Like,
Definitely.
that's wild. That's wild as shit.
Definitely. Hey, y'all, I'm finna get out of here though. I got to get to work. So
Yes.
I'm
Get rest, get
I'm
rest.
yeah, I'm gonna tune in to DJ Academy. Y'all hit that like button on the way out. Shout out to Dream Doll, shout out to Sophisticated Unu, shout out to Battalion Bully, shout out to the Chick 1000, aka Chick 1K, shout out to Nell Bowen, shout out to Flyboy Michael Poe, shout out to Nephew for Real, shout out to Audio Crack 22, my guy. Shout out to Spoon. Go subscribe to this channel. Spoonfuls of Game. If you ain't subscribe, go subscribe. That's YNW Jewish Father Man for the latest, the honest truth on the YNW Melly case. Get it straight from the horse's mouth. Spoon on Spoonfuls of Game. You guys go support Spoon on DJ Academics tonight. I think it's supposed to be on there live tonight. That's gonna be a good look. I think he would definitely appreciate you guys getting in the chat and support him over there on DJ Academics channel. Shout out to Truth Be Told 123. Shout out to Shike. Shout out to Melanie. Shout out to Joel Bowles. Shout out to B Dash. Shout out to Lil A. Shout out to Kel1K. Shout out to Winnie Safi, my Kenyan sister. Shout out to Shantae Shields. I see you, girl. Who else? I had it on the tip of my. Shout out Jason, follower of Christ. God is good all the time. Shout out Big. Shout out M Rose. I see you, M Rose. Shout out Tamara Jackson, aka Peanut. Who else? Shout out to Tavares Johnson. Appreciate you. Shout out Macho Camacho. Shout out John Waldo. Shout out Eddie. Hey, boo. We're going to make our powers combine, Eddie. And now our powers combine. I'm single, girl. Who else? Shout out to... Who else? There was some more people I want to get some shots out to before I get off this thing. I will be going live later on. Shout out to Nikki Baby. Hey, Nikki Baby. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kenny. I appreciate you, Kenny. Yellow Diamond, you need to come out the cut wherever you've been hiding that, Yellow Diamond. I miss you, girl. Shout out to Shay. Who else? Shout out Camille Kimball. Appreciate you, G. Who else? I want to make sure I give you guys a shout out. Shout out French. I appreciate you. I'm going all the way down the chat. Shout out Miss Trinidad. Appreciate you, girl. Shout out La Isla Bonita. Appreciate you. Shout out Real Supreme Justice on the set. Shout out Slick Puller, my main man. Puller Talk Real Slick. Shout out Mundo. Ain't no mystery in Mundo history. Mundo. Ain't no mystery in Mundo history. Who else? Shout out Raw Nature, my homeboy from Estonia. Welcome, my boy Bully. What's up, Bully? Bully, all right? Bully just chime back in. I was trying to see what's up, my dog. Shout out 7B Music TV. Appreciate you. Shout out my homeboy Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me. Texas in the building. Y'all make sure y'all go to DJ Academic and support Spoon too, man. Get in the chat and spam that bitch. Spoon. Long live Juvy, long live Sack. I'm gonna try to get on when I'm at work. Let me see. Shout out M Rose. Okay. I'm scrolling up the chat, y'all, trying to get all y'all shots out because it was a good day today for the families of the victims, for Spoon, for those of you who've been supporting the channel. Hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Shout out to B-Dub37. Please hit that like button, y'all. I would appreciate it. I think that's about it, y'all. I think that's about it. All right, guys. I'm going to go on to work. What's
all
up,
right, bro. What you going live again later on?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live because it was a good day today. So I'm gonna go live. Plus Spoon gonna be on academic, supposed to be on academic today. So we're gonna go over all that. And it's a lot of stuff that happened today. It's a lot of content that came out today. I actually don't think we're gonna be able to unpack it all in one day. So definitely I'm gonna go live tonight when I get off. Shout out Mansell TV. Shout out John Doe TV, man. Yeah, I gave you a shout out, look, hey man, I appreciate you. Shout out King Picks. So yeah, I'm gonna get off here, y'all. I gotta get ready to get the hell on up out of here. I usually get out about 5:30, but I hung in here a little later today with y'all because it was a great day. Shout out to Nail Bones, I appreciate you. Eddie, we're gonna have to make something happen, and now our powers combine. You see, I'm a good daddy.
Yeah, Eddie. Y'all gotta let our powers combine, man.
For real, you see, I'm a good daddy, Eddie.
Yeah.
For real now.
Shit, you done got now. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, You done played matchmaker in the chat. Why I ain't gonna
talking about, you know how we doing, you know, you understand me?
Hey,
For real.
yeah. Man, what's that?
and
Shit,
I ain't gonna even cap either. I like your accent. That shit sexy as hell though. Like that Memphis accent. That shit, bro.
Oh, she got on the panel. I ain't catch that. Yeah, I ain't catch it.
Yeah, I pulled up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Man, you better got them. Y'all better. Hey.
I shine. We shine. G shine. Goddamn.
Hell no.
Look, Juror, she say, look, but she say, you're great, daddy. Don't do me like that, idiot. That shit, you know what to say to a brother, dog. You got me all hot around the collar and shit. I'm about to turn into SAKCHASER Dracula in that bed.
Oh, no, don't do that. She about to put a bell around your neck, man. Hell no.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hit y'all up later on, man. I'm finna go to work. Y'all have a good day, man.
All right,
I appreciate all y'all.